to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The sweet peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when sweet peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film free therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the house. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here all while. The lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire, and we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know, Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you ride a line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Pea's got the spice, she's the queen of the house. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here oh wow. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Pea's really strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Yeah. Junkie on the freeway, white claw in a breeze. 2 hours there, 2 back, still typing with ease. LA lanes locked, but she don't slow down. Show up every time, yeah, she runs this town. Sitting in the traffic, but she locked in chat. If Sweet Pea goes live, yeah, she's right on that. From the 405 to wherever we at. Junkie pulling up like y'all good, I'm back. Different time zones, same front row seats. No matter where we are, we all meet in the feed. We the California's rolling deep on 9. 4 corners, 1 crew, yeah, the vibes align. From the coast to the chat, yeah, we show up right. If you're lost downstream, we gon' guide you like Californians. Yeah, yeah, we stay in the mix. 4 names, 1 flame, you can't remix this.
SD rolling with the sunset glow. West Coast haze where the good vibes flow. Little bit lifted, yeah, she stays serene. Ocean breeze mixed with the evergreen. Late to the stream, but she still gon' slide. Panel opens up, she already inside. Hold up, I'm here, yeah, she dropping bars. Calm, cool energy, no matter how far.
She got that FOMO, scrolling every stream. Little lost downstream, but she part of the team. New to the crew, but she locked in fast. Super chats flying, yeah, she built to last. Wait, where we at? But we got her back. Pointed to the right stream, never off track. Now she vibing with us, no need to roam. Anywhere we at, yes, Susie home.
Shamrock, yeah, Shamrock checking in from across the map. Different time zone, but she bridging the gap. Y'all good every time, yeah, she mean that. Heart so big you can't teach that. Algorithm running, she keep it alive. Dropping love in the chat, keep the whole thing thrive. Quiet power, steady hand in the dark. Every stream glowing got a Shamrock spark.
Yeah, Junkie, 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 junkie.
Juicy, Shamrock, Shamrock.
Junkie, 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 junkie.
Juicy, Shamrock, Shamrock.
Rita, California, say the name twice. Show up every stream, yeah, we never think twice. From the traffic jams to the ocean tide, from the lost links to the worldwide ride. Californians, yeah, 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 we stay in the mix. Four names, one flame, can't remix this.
Everybody rise. Everybody rise. Everybody rise. Court is now in session. Today we're here for a special confession. The evidence is clear, there's no denial. It's your birthday, here it, take it to trial.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Man, oh man. Okay, mic check, 1 2 1 2. Can y'all hear me? Let me see what we doing here. This is all new. As you can see, all of this stuff, like, can y'all tell? We gonna work on this together because y'all gonna have to tell me what stuff y'all like and what stuff y'all don't like. So we can make sure we got our chat and everything looking together. Louder? I'm not loud enough? Let me see. Thank you, honey. I appreciate it. So, y'all gonna have to let me know for like I can make our chat background color whatever we want it to be. Like I can change some things around here. So y'all gonna have to let me know what we like and what we don't like. Let me go up here to the top and hey, Christine, how you doing? Hey, Marilda. What's up, SD? Hey, Jason. Hey, Claire. Oh, I hope everybody had a wonderful, wonderful weekend. I know everybody going through some withdrawals over here. I was like, we got to find a case. We got to do something. We cannot start the week off with Monday like that. What's up, Blue? Oh, wow. Oh, we. Wow, oh, we. Hey, Sin. How you doing? Hey, Gabber. I tell you. What's up, Drunky? Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. You know, it's so funny because I wanted to do like my little chronicles, and I probably should have did my chronicles because we'll be here all day with the shit show fest that I could tell y'all about for the 4th of July. I hope everybody enjoyed the fireworks. I did. They were beautiful. It was like a lot of people were doing like these drone shows, which was kind of nice. But, you know, it is what it is. Oh, I enjoyed it. I want to talk to you about that, Blue. I love the graphics and all of that stuff that you were using. I said that they must be really into the whole Adelson thing right now because I seen some stuff going on in regards to Katie. Like she ain't getting out. I don't even know what they talking about or what that's about, but whatever. Whatever they trying to do. I have no clue. Yeah, so the good thing is that the way y'all still enter the room is still the way you enter the room. Yeah, I'm just kind of like working out the kinks, like, and getting used to it because I don't know. I'm just trying some stuff. But it, this new one, it just gives me all types of different stuff. Like, look, I could put stuff like this up there. Y'all see it? Like, so I'm just trying to find something different, to make it where it can be more customized, right? So that's how we ended up in a new studio today. So yeah, I can do all types of little stuff and just put it up there. And I think that's kind of like awesome, like when we doing stuff, like just as expressions, like here, like even with this, like, I can put fireworks on the screen whenever I want to. Like, I think that's so nice. So, and as we going along. So, yeah, there we go. So with our trial that we got going on this morning, guys, just so you are aware, they were in jury selection this morning. I thought that they may be done by the afternoon East Coast time, so that's why I scheduled it for 10 o'clock, which would be 1 o'clock East Coast time. But it's to my understanding, shout out to Christian, keeping me all the way up to date. They didn't even start jury selection until 11 o'clock. So I was like, okay, we'll just go watch our other trial. No, I did not decide. I did not do the Charlie Kirk thing. A little too device. It's too political and get a lot of trolls. I'll let all the other little channels handle, all the other, not little, big channels handle that. They can do that. Like, I'm not interested at all in that mess. Me personally. So we have that trial start, and then Wednesday we have opening statements for our sword trial, and that's gonna be in New Mexico. So we got a lot of stuff going on, and I just did want to do the Charlie Kirk 5-day hearing. I'll let that be. So wait a minute. Okay. I was just checking my thing. Hey, CCG, how are you? So what we're going to be doing is we are going to be looking at Rita. Her trial. It's a quick trial, guys. It's only like maybe 2.5 days. Maybe. And then Drunky was so nice to send us over some interrogation video. So we'll watch that if we have time. But I figured just so we can get together and kind of chat and watch a trial. I have never seen this. I'll put a poll in the chat because I would like to know if you've seen this trial. I have never seen this trial. I don't know where I was at. So I'll put I had never heard of it. And they got our good judge from South Carolina. South Carolina got a lot of heat going on with them right now. That baby down there, I don't know what's going on with the parents. It almost remind me of that Melanie Buzzard case in a way. But yeah, I don't know about that. I got to look some more into it and see what kind of hearings and stuff they having for that case. So maybe we'll do a separate stream with that. But yeah, South Carolina got some stuff going on down there. They didn't put something in the water after Alex Murdaugh. Yeah, so we got 2 new cases that we are going to be starting this week. This one right here, like I said, if you haven't seen it, I haven't seen it. If you have seen it, don't spoil it for the rest of us. All right, guys. Well, let's get in here and let's see what we got going on. You can see me. I don't even know what I'm doing. Let me see. Let me see if I can figure this out. Let's see. If I hit play, will it play?
Specifically, preclude the following information argument from being presented during their opening statement. The issues we addressed yesterday, the first one, references to reckless disregard for human life as a misstatement of the law. Murder requires an extreme reckless disregard for human life.
So now you're going to read what you emailed me and what you just handed me?
For the record, Your Honor.
Well, the record is your filing. You filed it, so it's in the record. We talked about this yesterday. You filed it, a brief, and now you're reading to me what you filed.
I have not filed a motion on the motion to preclude or limit the scope of the prosecution's testimony. I have not
Well, that's
done
what
that.
you emailed it last night. Do you intend to file it?
I have marked it as defense exhibit number 17, and of course, Your Honor has reviewed everything.
Yes, sir. I'm saying that if you have, when you file, you prepare a motion of whatever sort, you file the motion, and then come and then read to me what you filed. you say in order to make a record is made when you file it.
I have to disagree,
Well, well,
That's an appellate lawyer, I have to disagree.
Well, you disagree, but I'm the judge and that's my ruling. I don't need you to read verbatim something that you have filed because it's a part of the record. It's a waste of time. You
Evidence. And I ought to be able to do an opening statement that's not handcuffed. It's a manifest necessity standard / breach.
It's statements, and quite frankly, whether the word reckless is used or extreme reckless is used, it's not an instruction of law to the jury.
I see Becky.
And I would were a voir dire process where we act the law, as I state, the lawyer says is not evidence, is who the verdict form.
So I was just pulling it past all that, the jury instructions, just to get us right to the opening statements. I thought it was going to start at the opening statements, but of course it didn't. But that's okay. I got us there. So here we go.
Very hot, August 5th, 2019. These two people over here, Larry King and Rita Pangalangan, put a child in the back of a car and left it there for 5 hours and 41 minutes. So it was a hot day. At 11:15, when this all started, the heat index was already 89 degrees. It would get close to 100 by the time they ever got that child out of the car. And that was outside the car. That was out air temperature outside. Inside the cabin of the car, we reach a minimum of 118 degrees with a heat index of 135. So what happens when you put a child in the backseat of the car and leave them there for 5 hours and 41 minutes? They cook to death. They are tortured and they are cooked to death. The child's internal temperature, when checked by the coroner, is 109.9 degrees. And that's what we know, because the thermometer doesn't go any higher than that. The child's brain gave up. The organs shut down. She had blisters all over her body. And she died in the backseat of that car. She died, the technical way, the scientific answer to that was hypothermia. You'll hear expert testimony telling you that the child died of hypothermia. But that's not why you're here. Because she didn't actually die of hypothermia. She died because those two people there treated that little girl like baggage. They didn't forget her. They didn't put her in the car and forget her. They put her in the car because to them, she was baggage. You see, the little girl wasn't like every other 13-year-old girl. She suffered from cerebral palsy. She couldn't walk. She couldn't talk. Her hands barely worked. She could not reach the car door to open it to free herself. She couldn't even scream for help. Not that they would have cared. She was totally dependent on other people for her safety. The other thing about her, again, not like a normal 13-year-old teenager, she couldn't be shipped off to go with her friends to the mall or something when Rita and Larry wanted to be alone, or they wanted to do the things they were interested in. She had to be taken care of. She had to be watched and cared for. Or she had to be put somewhere out of the way. And on August the 5th, 2019, that place was the backseat of the car in direct sunlight. And what were they doing? They were high on meth. Objection, Your Honor. Prior motion.
Objection's overruled.
Not only were they high on meth, they were standing right in the car. They were swinging on the swing. They were hugging, they were kissing, all of which you'll see. And they would go inside the house and stay there for hours. They would come out, Rita would smoke cigarettes, they would hug and they would kiss. They'd go back in the house. All the time, the child was literally cooking to death in the car. She was to them baggage. And they need to get her out of the way so they can do what they need to do. The decisions we all make every day, most of us have choices. Most of us have the ability to make decisions, how we act, what we do. And those choices have consequences. Rita Pangalangan chose to put that child in that car. She chose to focus her attention on Larry, to talk to him, to kiss him, to hug him, to go inside with him. She chose to do meth. Larry, same thing. He chose to put that child in the car. And I say put, that's gracious. You'll watch it on the video and see how he puts that child in the car. Just like he would a suitcase. And he chose to spend his time outside the car and inside the house with Rita, hugging and kissing. And on them. Those are choices that they made, and those choices have consequences. The only person in this case that didn't have a choice was Christina. She had no choice. None. She was totally dependent on somebody else for her safety. And they didn't care. That's what this case is about. Now, my job is to prove to you this case beyond a reasonable doubt. What I've told you. If I don't do that, your job is to come back here and find me not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you after you hear the testimony, after you see the video of the case, after you see what happens with this child, to come back here and give us a verdict that speaks the truth. This child died not because of any other reason. Sorry. You have the matter of law at the appropriate time for that.
The objection is sustained as to the solicitor's reference to speak the truth, and you're to disregard that reference.
When this is over, I'm going to ask you to come back and give us a verdict that says this child died. This was forgotten because they didn't care.
Mr. Loy?
Thank you, Jan.
Yes, sir.
No 14 votes have been selected in this case to act as jurors. In the case which I'll tell you now is both one of the easiest cases you could have been made, and in the second breath, one of the hardest. It's one of the easiest cases because, as you'll hear, probably several times throughout the course of this trial, you as jurors are what we call the finders of the fact, or the judges of the facts. And during the course of the trial, it's your job, it's your primary duty during the course of the trial to determine what the facts are. His Honor is referred to as the judge of the law. At the appropriate time, he will tell you what the law is, and you will apply it to the facts that you figure out. That part's not going to be hard. Okay? Y'all will come to an agreement as far as factually the sequence of actions that took place. That part may be hard. It'll be easy. On the other hand, y'all got to take for a really hard case. Because this child did expire. She died roughly by the manner of death that the solicitor described. And it's hard to listen to. It's hard to know. You've probably seen a newspaper article or a news story sometime about this happening in the past, if it has happened in the past. And it's a lot easier if you can turn the page or change the channel. Because it's real bad. And there's no way to show you how to tell you. Just listening to it is going to be hard. Secondly, the other part of your duty that's going to be hard is you are required to keep an open mind
run this entire proceeding. That is, you don't keep a score. Here's a point, there's a point, there's a point, here's a point. You listen to the testimony as it comes in. You look at any exhibits or evidence that is introduced, and you file them away and you get the complete picture. And at the end of the case, when the judge has given you the law and told you to take it back, and he's giving you the indictment, he's put the case in your lap, and he says, go on back to the jury room and deliberate. That's when you begin to decide what's appropriate. Until then, you just don't have the rules to do it. The rules die out, and the rules of law, the rules of the game. So you're required to keep an open mind. And I can see sometimes that's hard because it may have been hard to keep an open mind just having heard that dramatic statement. And that was dramatic. But you got to put that aside, watch it all, and when the judge gives the case to you, you apply the law, and you decide your verdict. Now, in this case, the facts are going to substantially not be in dispute, I don't believe. In fact, the evidence in this case will show you that Mr. King and Ms. Pangalangan had in the past, several years ago, been involved in a relationship, a romantic relationship. It didn't work out and they split up. And maybe a month, 5 weeks, a month, before this tragedy occurred, they had gotten back together. They had reunited. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the worst decisions that Mr. King ever made at this land. They went back together. They didn't live together. It wasn't like that. She had a house on the other side of town. He had his place. But they were dating and they continued their relationship. And on this particular evening, the night before this child died, Miss Pangalangan and her child had spent the night at Mr. King's house. And in the morning, Mr. King, he had reason to believe that Miss Pangalangan had been unfaithful or messed around with another guy or something like that during the time that they'd gotten back together. And he confronted her on that. And they went back and forth a little bit. She said, yes, this happened. And at that point, he told her, now, he's not raping, any of that stuff. But he said, yes, it had happened. He said, y'all got to go. I can't deal with this right now. I'll talk to you later. Y'all have to go. And they went back and forth a little bit. Miss Pangalangan said, okay. But I can't carry Christina, as you've heard, put in. That I can't carry her. My back is hurt. I've got a kidney issue. And Larry said, I'll carry her. And I didn't, well, you will have a chance to view this videotape. And what the videotape will show you is that Mr. King came out of the door, cradling this child in his arms, completely appropriately, completely properly. Nothing abusive or disrespectful about it, nothing rude or wrong. He carried this child. He's not fighting with this Pangalangan. There's nothing that makes him look angry, mean, malicious, or hateful toward this child. He carries the child to the car, appropriately, into a seat there. The back door's open. When he gets there, he has to turn the child, so she goes in feet first and not hit first. And he does that. He turns her in his arms. And he places her in his car. And he backs up, and his mom, go over and do what you need to do to prepare the child to travel. Put the seatbelt on, do what she does, and you can see mom in the back. That's the little child. Mom steps away and closes. At this point, Mr. King's out of the picture. The child's out of his house. He's in mom's car. The door's closed. He's asking to leave. Y'all are on your own. She's not his child. She's not his adopted child. He doesn't pay for her. He doesn't bathe her, wash her. He doesn't feed her. He's not financially responsible for her. Mom's child was put her in the car and said, y'all need to go. Miss Pangalangan turns around. The video, the solicitor records, doesn't have audio, but it's pretty easy to follow the conversation that ensues. And y'all will see that Miss Pangalangan is pleading the case. I'm sorry, can we get past this? And Larry is telling her, you need to go. And they go back and forth for a while. Now, the car's running. Larry has every reason to believe the air conditioning's on. The child is in the custody of her mother, who is raising her at this point. And mom's got this child. He turns and he walks into his house, and mom walks behind. Sometime later, mom comes out, goes to the car. It's like she opens the back door, perhaps checks on the child, everything okay. Gets in the front seat momentarily, gets back out, comes out another 2 hours after the child is left the home. The two of them come out, and the tape is obvious. They can't get in the car. The car's locked, it's running, it's locked. Now whether the key fob is in the car, or lost under the bed in the house, or the dog running off with it, it really doesn't make any difference. It's obvious they're trying to get into the car. Now, Mr. King at this point, he's a volunteer, he's trying to help. I mean, there's a legal obligation for your past. But he says he goes to the shed and he gets a wedge and he tries to go through the window and get the car door open. He can't get it open. He can't get it open. He offers, "Well, can I break a window? You just bust out a window and that'll do it." Doesn't seem like an emergency at this point. This AC's been running in the car. Can I just bust out the window? Mom says, "No, it'd be cheaper. Let's just run to my house and I'll pick up the other key fob and we'll come out." He says, "Okay." And again, sure he doesn't. He got his feelings hurt earlier, but he's trying to help. And they get in the car and he drives Mom over to her house. She gets the key fob and they come back. And you watch the video again. And there's a little bit of issue. They had trouble getting in the car. They do get the car door open. And Mom opens the door. And they find that the child is deceased. There's two things that the state has to do every time they call an indictment a trial in order to win. And if they do those two things,
Oh boy, she got an ugly cry.
if they fail on either one of those two things, they lose it. First, they have to prove that the crime alleged in the indictment, the charging paper that you'll have in the degree, the crime alleged in the indictment happened. They always have to prove the crime. I can't prove the crime happened. They sure can't prove anyone else. If it's a robbery case, they have to prove somebody got robbed. If it's stealing a car, they have to prove a car got stolen. They have to prove that the crime occurred. And secondly, they have to prove that the defendant, the person charged, is the one who committed the crime. In this case, Mr. King, I'm only concerned with Mr. King. Ms. Pangalangan has her own attorney or other defenses. She's not on my plate. I'm not here to shoot at her or to defend her. I'm here on Mr. King's behalf. And he has 3 indictments. He has an indictment for murder. Murder is a very specific crime. It's a very specific term of art. And the judge will instruct you on what it means at the close of this case. But when you apply the law as the judge instructs it to you, to the facts that you have found, it will be substantially as I have described. You will find that at least as relates to Mr. King, there is no grounds, there is no basis, there is no way that he is guilty of murder. It's just not there. They can prove the crime of murder. It's whatever happened there as relates to Mr. King is not a murder. It's a tragedy. It's a heartbreaker. It doesn't make it a murder. Secondly, he has the crime of causing great bodily injury to a child. And as you watch this video, you'll see that what he does is bring this child out of the house, place the child in the back seat of the car, relinquish any control, custody, claim, obligation, or right to this child to her mother, and step away and say, "Don't go." And there's nothing about his involvement where he carries this child, handles this child, puts this child in the car. There's any way they're going to injure her. Further, you'll hear under the law, the statute doesn't even really apply to anyone. They're not the ones that do it. Last, there's an indictment for conspiracy. And you'll have that indictment with you in the jury also. And I will tell you now, I'll tell you unapologetically, that indictment is a garbage indictment. It's the last straw. It's to throw it in there and see what happens. There's nothing to this. Read this indictment. It says the 2 of them conspired to do something. It doesn't say what. I don't believe for a minute the solicitors can have the audacity at the close of this case to get up and tell you that Mr. King conspired with someone to murder this child. Conspiracy means two people come together with a plan to commit a criminal act or accomplish some criminal intent, that they got together and said, how will we kill this child?
Objection. Not all conspiracy.
The judge will instruct you. Proceed.
Yeah, the judge, I will instruct you as to the law. You may proceed.
The judge will instruct you as to the law. So, they may have conspired to murder this child. They may have gotten together for some wicked plan. How can we hurt this child? Or conceivably, it could be a conspiracy to cover up what happened after they discovered that the child was deceased. They might be in trouble. And in support of that, the state's probably going to show you that when the law enforcement was called, when they responded, Mr. King was as honest, as helpful, as straightforward as he could be. He told them what happened. He said, we were in the yard, I put her in the car, I thought the air conditioning was running, everything seemed okay, Mom went back outside. 2 hours went by, oh my God, I can't believe this. Miss Pangalangan's story did not align with that. Her presentation was something different, and if you hear those, it is obvious they're not together on this. They are miles apart. Most of what you need to know about Mr. King's evil heart and desire to hurt someone and give them to life would be revealed to you when you listen to a 911 call that he made. Because he's heartbroken and any allegation he's indifferent, mean, malicious falls in the face of that recording itself. If I've talked too long, I'm sorry. It's a pretty important day. And if nothing else, please try to honor your oath and keep an open mind until the end of this case and you decide when the judge is to you. Okay? If you do that, even though I know it's hard, and I know that people have a tendency to prejudge, if you don't do that, then this goes to what a lot of us would call a sacred proceeding. That is, that you are called to judge your fellow man into something more of a farce. And don't let that happen. Thank you.
Mr. Phillips.
As a father of 2 girls and a baby boy, I know a parent's worst nightmare is the loss of a child. That death is unimaginable. This case, what happened that day, is an absolute tragedy. Let me say that again. What happened that day was an absolute tragedy. We know and accept mistakes were made, that things should have been done differently. There's a lot that happened in this case. There are a lot of things that you're going to see and hear that invoke raw emotion. Raw emotion. And you swore before God to ensure that you hold the government to that burden. To prove that this case was murder. This case is about a lot of things, but it's not murder. All the evidence from which you make a decision has to come directly from that witness stand. When you took that sworn oath, if after you heard the government's opening, you felt like it made your mind up, you violated that oath. And I'm not saying that to attack you. I'm saying that because we haven't heard any evidence yet, and you have the chance to take a step back and do this the right way, the way you swore an oath to do. To listen to what actually occurred. We wouldn't be here if the government wasn't seeking to convict Rita of murder. She's not guilty of murder. We accept responsibility. Mistakes were made. She should have done things differently. In having that ability, it is her living nightmare. Wake up in the morning and go to bed, and that's all she thinks about. Is what she could have done differently. If anybody's made a mistake and they've had that opportunity where they think 1,000 times in their heads, I should have done this, I should have done that, I should have broke the window, I should have been more urgent, I shouldn't have left her in the car. She owns this. It's on her soul. This is not a murder case. This is not a murder case. It's a lot of things. One that she'll have to pay for. She'll have to pay a price. There are consequences for your action, but it's not murder. I don't want to minimize that. We're not going to make any excuses in this trial for what happened. Like I said, it's going to invoke raw emotion. It invokes raw emotion from me. Nobody's going to downplay that. Now, again, the government has to try to show that she's guilty of murder beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how? Well, you can ask yourself, why do we believe she's not guilty of murder? Well, I contend, and certainly you can ask yourself this, if the government believes she was guilty of murder, why 3 years later do they charge her with great bodily injury or infliction of great bodily injury to a child? If they believe she was truly guilty of murder, why hedge the bet? Why charge her with something else? They were solely based on that. And I contend there is zero evidence of a conspiracy. Zero. Absolutely none. This case is on video. It's a surveillance cam from Mr. King's residence. There's no smoke and mirrors here. It's all there for you to see. All there for you to evaluate. We're not running from it. And the only reason you're here is because they want a conviction of murder, and that's not what happened. Period. And in this case, again, you will have to deal with very difficult things. You'll have to make difficult decisions. But you have sworn to set aside that emotion. I know it won't be easy. But again, you've got to make your decision based on the actual evidence presented and not on the grave emotion of what pulls up in you when you watch the video, because it does hurt. Nobody's going to deny that. The person who knows it hurts the most is Rita. Rita has 2 adult daughters. Rita served this community as a teacher for 25 years. She was Teacher of the Year twice. She has a master's degree. She's highly educated. You're going to hear them say that she should have known better. She should have. We own it. 100%. But it's not murder. Again, this is an absolute tragedy. No denying it. But don't compound that tragedy by giving in to what the government wants. Solicitor's office, again, in these high-profile cases, you have the cameras, the lights, when they're seeking conviction for murder. This case is not murder. When you hear all the evidence, we are going to be confident when we come in closing to come before you and say, find Rita Pangalangan not guilty of murder. Because that is justice in this case. Justice will come for Rita. It's not murder. Thank you.
State calls Hamlet got
Let's stand and stretch for just a moment. Make sure you all stay fresh. Everybody, let's stand for a moment. Okay.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Hallie Godley. My last name is spelled Godley.
Agent Golly, if you could tell the jury your name, please, and what you do.
My name is Special Agent Hallie Godley, and I work for SLED Narcotics currently.
How long have you been with SLED?
Going on 5.5 years.
And I know we call it SLED, but what's the full title is the State Law Enforcement Division?
Correct.
Okay, so you've been with them for how long?
About 5.5 years.
Okay. What, in your capacity with SLED, what do you do?
I investigate narcotic cases.
Prior to this, back in 2019, what did you do?
I was with SLED at the time,
And what specifically were your job duties there?
a narcotics investigator.
How did you get involved in this case as a narcotics investigator?
I was returning from a training class in Jasper County that day, so I was traveling back northbound on 95, and when this call came out over the Colleton County Dispatch radio channel, I was at exit 42 on 95, and this incident location was right down the road from where I was at. And when the call came out as a 12-year-old locked in a car, unresponsive, my first thought was, at the time, my daughter was 6, and she knew how to get out of a locked car, so
Objection's overruled.
so it immediately sounded suspicious to me.
Let me stop you there just briefly. As you were mentioning 95, I want to give the jury some idea about where we're talking about. Governor, this is State's Exhibit 7. If we've already shown this to the defense.
Any objections to it being admitted? It's admitted.
Your Honor, I'll prove this off, and if this gets in anybody's way, I'll. All right, let me show you. This is State's Exhibit number 7. Can you identify that for us?
Yes, sir, that's an aerial map of, it looks like Colleton County
Okay.
with
I'm sorry, go ahead.
2 addresses identified.
All right. Now, on this map, if you could just give us, can you still see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Give us some idea about the proximity of this. This is first of all, is all of this in Colleton County?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you are traveling, I believe, on Interstate 95 at the time?
Correct.
Give me, if you could, the addresses on that and tell me about this area, please.
Yes.
As long as you keep your voice up.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this top right address is 1867 Academy Road in Walterboro, South Carolina. I'm familiar with this address being the home address of Rita Pangalangan.
Okay. And the lower address?
The lower address is 11685 Low Country Highway in Ruffin, South Carolina, and that is the incident location for this investigation.
All right, so that is where you responded to?
Correct.
When you arrived on the scene at, and make sure I get this exactly right, the 11685 Low Country Highway, could you describe what you find once you get there?
Initially, as I was responding, initially I passed the residence, and as I passed it, I saw 2 legs sticking up out of the tall grass in the yard. And in my mind, it reminded me immediately of, at the time, my daughter had the life-size Anna and Elsa dolls.
Just tell me what you saw. Just speak up.
So as I returned back to the yard and got out of my vehicle, I saw Christina on the ground, face down in the tall grass, and Larry walking around the front yard.
All right, and you say Larry, who are you talking about?
The individual in the button-up shirt, light blue or white, dark brown beard, with glasses and bald head.
And you know his full name?
Larry King.
And Your Honor, the record, she identified the defendant, Larry King.
It does.
Whereas in Larry King, what is he doing when you get there?
He's walking around, and I believe he was still on the phone with 911.
Did you see Rita Pangalangan?
Not initially.
So tell me, when you walked up on the scene, exactly what do you see?
I see Christina laying in the tall grass, face down, Larry walking around in the front yard, and the front door of the residence was open.
We show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5. Ask if you could identify this, please.
Yes, sir, this is a accurate depiction of the scene when I arrived with the Volkswagen parked in the front yard and myself and,
That's fair and accurate depiction of how the scene looked when you arrived.
yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time we move State's Exhibit number 5 into evidence. Your Honor, we're going to publish this. This is here, the hard copy. We'll publish it on the,
It is, puts the court at a great disadvantage to rule on the admissibility of evidence not seen by the court. Do you have copies of these exhibits,
yes, sir.
including, you showed her something and had it admitted, and I can't see it. Do you all have copies of the exhibits? I can get copies later, but I would like to have copies of exhibits also.
Copies of the first two, State's Exhibit 7 and State's Exhibit 5.
And number 5 is admitted, as well as number 7 has already been admitted.
Tell me what this is depicting. This is State's Exhibit 5 up on the monitor.
This is right when I got on scene that day.
So is this you in the blue shirt?
Yes, sir.
Is that a blue shirt by the way?
It is.
Okay. And who is that standing beside you?
Larry King.
And where is Christina the child?
She would have been off the rear driver's side bumper of the car.
All right, so you can't see her. She's on the other side.
Correct.
And again, where is Rita Pangalangan at this point?
Inside the residence.
Your Honor, we need a matter of law. Also for Mr. King, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
So they are going to break. Of course, we are going to get past this. It look like they doing some arguing here. Wait a minute.
You know, the new case that recently came out from our Supreme Court, August 9th.
Yeah, it look like they doing some arguments here.
Specifically, Your Honor, again, I'm not going to rehash. I know we went through that thoroughly in the argument.
I don't want to stop the testimony to look at the exhibits, to evaluate it if I have them. You all have them. I assume you've shared a lot of them with the defense. And you don't have to do it now, but you have some time to make photocopies of them. I don't need the color copies, just I want to be able to follow things.
I did at the break.
All right.
So here is this list we have so far up through 12, and we marked on the very back of the exhibit.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's bring the jury.
first of all, let me just ask if you recognize those photographs.
Yes, sir.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the scene as you saw them that day?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, we move State's Exhibit 1, 2, 3, and 4 into evidence.
They're admitted on objection.
Thank you. I'll first call your attention to the monitor, Your Honor. I've got these marked, but I also have them on the monitor. Let me go first to State's Exhibit 2. I think I have that so everybody can see. Tell me what this photograph is depicting.
This is what I saw when I got on scene, as far as where Christina was. Also the vehicle, the Volkswagen was parked just as it is there.
Now, when you say Christina, did you know her?
I
Or did you just learn her name later, or did you know her name?
I knew of her previously.
Okay, so you knew her name. So when you...
Pardon?
Objection.
Basis for the objection.
There's no foundation for that, and it's highly critical.
Objection is overruled.
Thank you. So when you say Christina, you know that's who that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me go now to State's Exhibit 4. Tell me what's depicted in that.
Again, it's another picture of Christina laying in the overgrown grass.
State's Exhibit 1. Is that a fair and accurate depiction as you saw it that day?
It is.
And tell me what that depicts.
Also Christina's body after it had been rolled over.
And then State's Exhibit 3. Tell us what those are.
Blisters on her skin, which is showing down to her raw skin.
Let me go back, if I could, to State's Exhibit 2. Now, where are you when you walk up on this scene? And I know we had a photograph earlier that we put in for the overall scene as you were walking up. Where are you standing at this part?
As I walk onto the scene,
Yes.
it would have been in the direction of the jury box.
And where is Larry King?
To the left,
And where is Rita Pangalangan?
inside the residence.
At some point then, did you go and get Rita Pangalangan out of the house?
I did.
And where was she when you went in?
She was just beyond the living room, pacing around inside the house.
Did you bring her outside?
I did.
Did she tell you what happened?
She did.
What did she say? Or excuse me, did she tell you, what did she tell you happened?
She told me that she put Christina in the car, went back inside to get cigarettes, and when she came back, the doors were locked
The doors are locked. What?
on the vehicle that Christina was in.
Let me ask you one other thing too. When you got to the scene, what was it like outside? What was the temperature?
I don't know the exact temperature, but it was extremely hot. It was August in South Carolina.
The car itself, I think we have that in State's Exhibit. Let me see if I can see this one. State's Exhibit 5. Put that up on the monitor. Where is the car located as to any type of shade, anything like that?
It was not in any type of shade. When I arrived on scene, it was in the open sun exposure.
I don't have any further questions. Answer any questions.
Yes, sir. Hallie Godley?
Godwin?
Yes, sir.
Agent Godwin?
Yes, sir.
Agent Godwin, did you also have the opportunity to speak with Mr. King on
I-
the scene that day?
I did.
And how would you describe his emotional state when you spoke with him?
He seemed a little panicked.
Like he seemed upset?
I took it more as a panic, more so than an upset.
Was he still on the phone with 911 when you spoke with him?
Yes, sir.
So there's a recording of what was taking place that we could listen to some other time. I suppose 911 calls are generally recorded. You know that in your work, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him what it happened?
I don't recall. Yes, sir.
Phillips?
Agent Godley, you said when you arrived, Rita was inside.
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that Rita's the one who got her out of the car?
At that time, no, sir.
But you do know that to be true.
Correct.
Right. And as far as that point, you weren't there after she gets her out of the car, and you didn't observe the way she acted after finding the body, is that?
That's correct.
No further question, Your Honor. That's all this time, Your Honor. State call Charles Johns.
You may step down.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Charles Jones, Jones.
Mr. Jones, what do you do, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for Pangalangan Fire Rescue.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic? Is that, by the way, is that a combined job?
Yes.
Okay. So how long have you been at that job?
This November I'm at 6 years, I believe.
Now, when you, as a paramedic, what does that, I know there's some tiers of emergency medicine. What is how does the paramedic rank?
You have your EMT basic, your advanced EMT, and then your paramedic.
And so as a paramedic, can you assess whether or not somebody is alive, dead,
Yes.
and you have some equipment and things like this that you
Yes.
use? You were called to 685 Low Country Highway on August the 5th, 2019, were you not?
Yes.
Tell me what you found when you got there.
The child laying prone with her legs kind of extended a little bit, a few feet from the rear passenger or rear driver's side of the vehicle on the ground. Didn't appear to be breathing or have a pulse.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Didn't appear to be breathing or have a pulse.
Did you check for any of that?
Yes, we applied the cardiac monitor, which showed what's called an asystole rhythm, which means there's no heartbeat at that time.
All right, so when you apply cardiac, how do you do that?
We apply 4 leads on the person's body.
Are these the little white things?
Yes, yes,
So did you apply those 4 leads on
Yes.
Christina's body?
yes,
And did you check that with the monitor?
yes.
And what were the results of that?
It showed the asystole rhythm, which is no electric activity or heartbeat,
So what does that mean?
that the party's deceased.
No further questions this time. No, Your Honor. No question.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
State called Scott Shake.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Yes, ma'am. Todd Shank, Schenk.
Mr. Shank, what do you do, sir?
I'm a crime scene investigator for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And how long have you been doing that?
Crime scene investigator.
Sorry. I've been doing crime scene investigations for almost 10 years now.
And all that time with SLED, with the State Law Enforcement Division?
Yes, sir.
And so in your capacity as a crime scene investigator, what do you do?
So our job at SLED is to respond and give forensics expertise to our counterparts at the local, county, or municipality level. So we show up, we'll document their crime scenes with photos, collect evidence, give any kind of scientific help we can in the forensics field to our local counterparts.
All right, so you are collecting evidence, but at the scene, you're collecting it through the case?
We are, yes.
Let me first go to State's Exhibit 8. Your Honor, I believe I marked it on the back of that copy of it states that this is the crime scene sketch. All right. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8. Is this your crime scene diagram?
It is.
All right. And this is the one you prepared after responding to this scene?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, we move State's Exhibit 8 into evidence.
It's admitted without objection.
And I know it's difficult for Your Honor to see this copy, but I'll use it off this. If you would show the jury, can you see it from there? I'm trying to find a place I can locate it where it don't block the defense counsel. Can you see it from there?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. Can you explain to the jury what that is, please?
Yes, sir. So this is the residence at 11685 Low Country Highway. The residence right here is, may I step down?
Yes, sir.
So this box right here is the actual residence itself. This would be the front door. This next box is just the porch, a very basic version of it with the columns. This is the Jetta, Volkswagen Jetta that's parked out front. The victim was located here. There's a small sidewalk, and then this was the blue Chevy pickup truck that was out front. The main road would be down here.
Your Honor, memory approach?
Yes, sir.
And those are and 12. First, if you could tell me, can you identify those photographs?
Yes, sir, I can.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of how the back seat of that car looked when you and your team inventoried it?
Yes.
And those are fair and accurate depictions of what's in that bag and as the bag being opened the whole bit?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we move State's Exhibit 9, 10, 11, and 12 into evidence. Subject to the ruling under objection to 4.43.
Yeah, they're admitted over objection of,
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me first show you on the monitor State's Exhibit number 9. Now, can you describe for us what that is? I know it's might be kind of hard to see from here. Can you see it well?
Yes, sir, I
enough?
can.
Okay, if you could describe for the jury what that is.
So this is looking in the rear passenger door of the Jetta. So the front passenger is the seat on the top right of the photo. This would be the, go ahead, sorry.
And I'm going to stop you there. This bright spot right here, what is that?
That is the open door on the driver's side of the back.
All right, and so that is in the same condition as the crime scene that we showed earlier, which is State's Exhibit 5 that the door's open.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so you're now on the other side of this car, which would be, go back to the file, please. Back up here.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. If you go back to State's Exhibit 9. All right, so in that back seat, tell us what that is.
So there's a blue duffel bag, some kind of gym bag sitting on the rear passenger seat. There was a pink sippy cup in the middle of the car, or the middle of the seat, and then some other items down there on the floorboards.
And the bag, is that in the condition that you saw it when you got there?
It is.
Let me go to State's Exhibit 10. Describe what that is, please.
That is a 9mm handgun that had 2 different barrels on it.
And that was in the top of that bag?
It was.
The hand on the left, is that one of your team members or your team?
That's my photographer spreading the bag so you can see the handgun.
And then let me show you State's Exhibit number 11. Tell us what that is.
That's showing that there are 2 cartridges in each, or a cartridge in each chamber of the handgun.
Okay, when you say cartridge, what do you mean?
It's the unfired bullet. So the bullet,
It's loaded.
it's loaded, yes.
And then finally, let me show you State's Exhibit 12. What's that?
That was a Tupperware full of cigarettes in the bag.
And that's all in the back seat of the car?
Correct.
I may approach her and hand
Yes.
this up. To 25, 26, 27, and 28. Are those fair and accurate depictions of what is shown in those photographs?
It is.
And what are those?
These are tubes of blood that I collected via chain of custody from the Pangalangan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And what did you do with the, and before you get into that, these other tubes, tubes of blood would be referenced in 27 and 28. What about these other photographs?
These are photographs showing the container and how I sealed them and submitted them into the lab.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we introduce these photographs into evidence. State's Exhibit 29, 30, 31, 32, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
can you repeat that, please?
I object to their introduction at this time. I do not believe the foundation has been laid.
Mr. Phillips?
Prior objections.
They will be marked for ID purposes at this time.
Okay, so let me ask you, first of all, when you took the blood, what did you do with it?
So-
First of all, the blood vials, where are the blood vials coming from?
I believe it was investigator Kelly Paget, or investigator with the Collin County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, from the sheriff's office.
Correct.
Did you get all of the blood vials from her?
I did.
All right, when you received those blood vials concerning, and I think we've got, I want to read it. Do you know where the blood came from?
It came from our two suspects.
Larry King and Rita Pangalangan?
Yes, sir.
And these blood vials, what did you do with them once you received them?
So once I get them, I transport them back to Columbia to the forensics lab. I seal them in a heat seal pouch, log them in, and submit them so they can be disseminated.
So you actually put them in the best evidence bag that's left?
The heat seal, yes, sir, I did.
Okay. How did you receive them as is depicted in, I guess it states Exhibit 27?
Yes, sir. I got them in it was a sandwich bag or some kind of Ziploc bag from the hospital.
And these numbers on there, what do those numbers indicate?
That's the lab number, item number, and my initials.
And so that's your initials there?
Correct.
And then this other paperwork on what I just referred to as the best evidence bags, this is what you actually produced, is that correct?
It is.
All right. And what's the purpose of those? And specifically, that is in State's Exhibit number 30 and State's Exhibit number 29.
They're
What's the purpose of that?
tamper-evident bags where it's a plastic bag that we use a heat sealer to seal the top and we initial and date the seal. And that just shows that if someone were to try to access that evidence, they would have to destroy the seal to get to it. So it's a way of sealing it.
So your taking of the blood, did you change or alter the blood of either Rita Pangalangan or Larry King in any way?
No, sir.
Your process was as a chain of custody, which takes it from one person to another?
Yes.
And in that process, you put them in these best evidence bags, which are indicated in these photographs?
Yes.
Did you change or alter what was inside of that in any way, shape, or form?
No.
And the writing on State's Exhibit 25, 26, actually 31 as well, 29, 30, and 27, all that writing on there indicated on that is stuff that you prepared.
I did.
As a part of the chain of custody.
I did.
Okay. And again, you did not alter it or change it in any way?
No.
Your Honor, this time we move those exhibits into evidence.
I can rule on each individually if you prefer.
Subject to the prior objections, okay.
Excuse me.
Related to toxicology.
Number 25 is admitted. Number 26 is admitted. Number 27 is for ID purposes only at this time, as well as 28. 29 is admitted. 30 is admitted. 31 and 32 are for ID purposes only at this time.
So for ID purpose only, 27, 32, 31, is that correct? And 28, I think, is also ID.
27, 28, 31, and 32 are for ID purposes only at this time.
Let me go to State's Exhibit 30, please. Okay, and this is the best evidence bag you were describing?
It's our heat seal pouch, yes, sir.
All right, yeah, what is the purpose of that?
This is a plastic bag that we heat seal the top, and it is a tamper-evident bag where if someone were to rip it open or try to gain access to the evidence, it would be readily visible. So it's just a way of protecting the evidence as it's transported throughout the lab.
And the handwriting on that is yours?
It is.
Go to State's Exhibit 29. Again, what is that?
This is the item for heat seal pouch. And at the top, you can see where I've initialed and dated the seal, and you can see the crease in the plastic.
Now, the yellow sticker, what is that?
That is our barcode system. That's how we can electronically transfer evidence throughout the lab. So it's an electronic chain of custody.
And then State's Exhibit 26.
This is item 6, heat seal pouch.
And State's Exhibit 25.
This is showing the initials and date on the actual seal where I sealed it on item 6.
And the purpose of you sealing it at that point, once you seal it, what do you do with it?
I then submit it to our evidence process, or our evidence control, who will then disseminate it throughout the lab to where it needs to go.
In your lab, and we talked about you being a crime scene investigator. Tell me about what type of lab you talk about when you say lab.
It's a forensics, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Forensic Services Laboratory. So we do everything from crime scene to firearms, latent prints, DNA, trace, tox, any forensic evidence, any kind of forensic science that we need to do, we do.
And so when you say tox, what do you mean?
Our toxicology department, they can look at blood, and it's best for a tox to tell you exactly what they do. But we have scientists that work in the building and can work in their discipline.
Okay, and so all of these items here, you took that to the lab and turned it over to them, is that correct?
I did.
And again, did you change or alter it in any way before you did that?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. Any further questions at this time?
By the defense.
I've got no questions for you, Shane. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
State of Lindsay Lewis at stand. Your Honor, of course, this is subject to trial.
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. Left hand. Do you affirm the testimony about to give before in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? If they can see in the witness stand, say your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Lindsay Lewis. Lewis.
All right, let's get you to pull the microphone close to you, please, ma'am. All right, and go ahead and tell the jury your name again
Lindsay
and last name.
Lewis. Lewis.
Okay, and where do you live, Ms. Lewis?
St. George now.
How long have you lived in St. George?
About a year.
Where did you live prior to that?
Walterboro.
And how long did you live in Walterboro?
Wow, a while.
How old are you now?
I am 22.
Let me ask you to go back to August the 2nd, 2019. How old were you on August the 2nd, 2019?
18.
Did you know Rita Pangalangan?
Yes, sir.
And how did you know her?
She was my child development teacher.
And what school was that?
Colleton.
Now, on August the 2nd, did you have a reason to go to Rita Pangalangan's home?
Yes, sir.
And what was that reason?
To meet to go over her daughter Christina's routine, about her everyday living and all that stuff, taking care of her.
Why did you do that?
Because I was going to be watching Christina. I was supposed to watch Christina.
Did you have any particular interest in this? How did this come about?
Because I was going to be a nurse, so they thought it would be best for me to, kind of get the hang of her routine and all that. It might help me out, so I agreed, and that's when I went.
When you say they, who are you talking about?
Rita, and I think she spoke to my mother about it.
And so, did you go over to Rita's house for the purpose of learning how to take care of Christina?
Yes, sir.
Copy for Your Honor. Let me show you a picture of, State's Exhibit 13. First, I ask if you could identify that. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how Christine looked?
Yes, yes, sir.
And that was when you knew her when you were 18, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, that is we're talking about August the 2nd, 2019.
Yes, sir.
At this point, Your Honor, we're moving into State's Exhibit 13.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Appreciate it if you could go to State's Exhibit 13. All right, now, as you knew Christine, first of all, tell me about her. She appears to be in a wheelchair. When
Yes,
you were
sir.
dealing with her at the house, tell me about her. Could she walk?
No, sir.
How did she get around?
She would crawl or on her knees, or either on her hands, kind of like a baby.
I apologize, I didn't interrupt you. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Kind of like a baby, sort of.
Okay. And her hands, especially on the right, it looks like, can she fully grasp things?
No, sir.
What about her ability to talk? Was she verbal?
No, sir. She would babble maybe, but she couldn't speak full words like, we can.
And tell me, from the standpoint, it looks like she's actually smiling in that picture. Could she show emotion?
Yes, sir.
And this is, and you went over there on August the 2nd to learn how to take care of her.
Yes, sir, pretty much.
What was involved in that, in taking care of Christina?
She has to get, certain baths, and you have to change her and, stuff like that.
When you say
Feed
change
her.
her, when you change her, what do you mean?
Like her diaper, I guess you say pamper, whatever you want to call it.
On August the 5th, there's actually a photograph of her in a diaper. Is that the condition she was always in?
Mm-hmm.
And I need to say yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you had to change your diaper. What type of food did you give her?
I was told to give her Ensure nutrition drinks.
Anything else other than that?
No, not at the time.
All right, so you go over there on the second with the idea of learning how to take care of her. What happens after that? About what time do you get there, by the way?
I believe it was about noon. Noon, 1 o'clock maybe.
All right, so what happens after that?
Well, I just got there and we went over the routine pretty much, and then Rita asked me if I would watch Christina while she went on a date with Larry.
Was that Larry King?
Yes, sir, her boyfriend. As of my
What time did
understanding.
she ask you to go, if you would watch her?
What time?
Yes, in other words, you got there about noon, you went through the care. About what time did she ask if you could watch her?
I believe it was like around 5, 6 o'clock.
And did you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell me about that. She left the house, I'm assuming, sometime around that afternoon?
Yes, sir. I would say about like around 5, 6 o'clock. That afternoon, she left. And
Anybody else there to take care of Christina?
no, sir.
It was just you?
Mm-hmm.
Had you taken care of Christina before?
No, sir.
This was on what day?
The second.
August the 2nd.
Yes, sir.
What day was that?
A Friday.
Did you see Rita Pangalangan again?
Not until Sunday afternoon.
After she went on a date with Larry, did she say, I'm gone and I'll be back Monday or anything like that?
She said that she texted me later that night to check on Christina. I would say about 9:30, 10 o'clock. And then she said she would be back the next morning on Saturday to go grocery shopping and stuff like that, but she never came. And
Were there groceries in the house?
no, sir.
Just the insured drinks?
And I think there was a pitcher of Kool-Aid in there, maybe in the fridge.
All right. So did she come back the next day?
No,
That would be,
sir.
I guess, the
Saturday.
Saturday, correct? Did
Saturday.
she come back Saturday?
No, sir.
Did she call in?
No, sir.
Were you able to get in touch with her?
Through Facebook, I think it was.
I'm sorry?
Through Facebook, I think it was.
Did you talk to her again after that?
After Saturday?
Yes.
Not until Sunday, when she said that she would be, that Larry would drive her back to the house because she did not know how to drive his truck, and that he got sick with food poisoning, so that's why she was gone taking care of him.
At any point in time, did she call to ask if it was okay if you took care of the child?
No, sir.
Didn't hear from her after she called to check in Friday night?
No, sir.
Did you ever, by the way, did you see Larry later on?
Later on, when?
That next day?
On Saturday? No,
Or
sir.
Sunday?
Sunday? No, sir. I know he was out there. I could hear music or something. I know somebody was out there. And I'm guessing it was him dropping her off.
My real question was, did you ever find out if he was actually sick?
Sick? No.
No way.
No, sir. I did not find out if he was actually sick.
Okay. And then, when did you, in fact, see Rita again?
Again, when? Oh, that would be Sunday.
Okay. Sunday, about what time was that?
Then the afternoon. I would say 5, 6 o'clock maybe.
Tell me also, did you also put the child to bed? Did you also put Christina to bed?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything unusual?
Yes, sir, I did.
What was that?
I came later to find out it was bed bugs.
What shows in your honor? 401, 403, 404. All previously given to your honor and both defense and already argued.
Right.
Then all that was in the statement and all of that is already discussed. Argued.
Not overrule the objection.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense has. Thank you.
Where are you going, ma'am?
Oh, I don't know.
Pardon?
Sorry, I didn't know what he was saying.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You knew Christina from before, correct?
Yes, in the classroom.
Right. Rita would bring Christina to the classroom,
Yes, sir.
and when they're in the classroom, they were having fun. You had fun in the classroom.
I guess so, yeah.
Everybody seemed safe in the classroom.
Yeah.
There was no
Yes, sir.
concerns when she would bring Christina with her to school,
No, sir, I'm not sure.
and she taught you. Rita did,
Yeah, for a little period of time.
and you felt comfortable enough with her as your teacher that you wanted to help, potentially from becoming a nurse, to help take care of the child.
Yes, at the time.
And were you aware that through her condition with, as far as the pediatrician, that she had a choking hazard, that she had to drink Pediasure or pureed food? Did you know that?
That she had a choking hazard?
In other words, she couldn't eat cold food.
No, I did not know that at the time. I was just told she was supposed to drink Ensures
And there were boxes of those in the home.
in the pantry.
Right, there were plenty of those.
Yeah, there was a few.
At that point, Rita texted you to say that she was checking in, but you said you didn't hear back from her.
At what point?
Did you call anyone about that?
Call anyone?
Yes.
You said?
Did you call anyone about not hearing from Rita?
No. Did I call anyone about not hearing from her? No.
And why is that?
I just figured she'd be back. I mean,
Because you felt comfortable, you had control of the situation.
at the time,
You did, didn't you?
I was a little confused, but yeah, I mean,
And you were taking good care of Christina?
yeah.
No further questions, Your Honor. Just one very briefly. Did Rita tell you, by the way, that she couldn't be given solid foods because she choked to death?
She did not tell me that. All she told me was not to give her Ensures. That's what she told me.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Thank you. State College,
Let's have a witness on the stand.
Your Honor, I guess before we go down that road, I guess we can do that, and I'll have.
Do you have any additional questions of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Okay, thank you.
State College, Brittany Honeycutt.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony right before the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God. Listen, you can see the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
My name is Brittany Honeycutt, Honeycutt,
Miss Honeycutt, where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Lake City, Texas.
And what do you do?
I am in administration for Chevron,
How long have you been doing that?
a couple months.
Let me ask you to go back now to August, and a few months prior to that, in 2019. Did you know Rita Pangalangan?
I did not know her personally. I met her through an ex-boyfriend.
Okay. And so, did you have an occasion to come in contact with her on a regular basis?
After I moved in, yes.
All right, but tell me about moving in.
When I moved in, the agreement was I would pay some rent.
All right, let me back
Oh,
up just a second.
sorry.
So, who are you moving in with?
Oh, it was me and my two kids
Okay. And who are you moving, you and your two kids in?
into Rita Pangalang's house on Academy Road.
And that's Academy Road?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
All right, great. So, what was the rental agreement on that?
I would pay her some rent just for staying there because it was supposed to be a temporary situation.
How long did you stay, how long did you rent from Rita?
from May of 2019 until August 1st of 2019.
Until August 1st, 2019. So until the Thursday before this.
Yes.
During that time, did you come in contact with Christina?
Yes, every day.
Tell me about Christina. How would you describe Christina?
Christina was obviously disabled, but she was a sweet girl. She was quiet. She kind of watched TV. She played with her toys. She didn't really bother anybody. I mean, you knew she was there, but she was just really quiet.
Tell me, could she walk?
She could not walk.
Could she talk?
She could not talk.
But you could see emotions, I guess, right?
Oh yeah, she definitely showed emotions.
Okay. All right. Did you ever take care of Christina?
There were a couple times where I was asked to watch her for a little bit.
So when you say you were asked, who asked you?
Rita asked me
Okay. Asked you to watch her?
to watch her, yes.
And how many times was that?
By myself, a couple.
Your Honor, this is subject to our prior.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Proceed.
Thank you. All right, so over the time that you stayed there, you watched her yourself, by yourself a couple of times?
Yes.
And what did you have to do to take care of her?
Since it was just a few hours when I had to do it by myself, it was just basically make sure her diaper was clean, make sure she had Kool-Aid in her cup, and that was pretty much it.
Did she, did Rita Pangalangan ever just leave the child with you without asking you to take care of her?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
So there was an incident where there was a Sunday night in July where she had asked me to watch her for just overnight, and I said that was fine. So, I'm sorry, that was not Sunday, that was a Monday. And she came back the next day because I had told her I had to work. So she did come back home that morning, and she told me she was going to be home all day. And when I was ready to go to work, or sorry, I am so sorry. I like got my days mixed up. So when I first watched her the first night, that was an agreement. The next day it was she wasn't going anywhere. And then it was, I remember her giving her a bath. I remember her getting ready for bed, and she would close her door, and she did normal routine. And then I went to bed with my kids because I had to work the next day. And next thing I know, the next morning I woke up, Christina was in her room trying to get out of the room.
So when Christina's in the room, is she locked in the room?
I don't know if the door was locked, but I know she could not open the door.
Is the hands?
Yes.
Did Rita, and let me go now, I'm going to go right up until the August when you left. You ended up leaving the Thursday before this event took
Yes.
place, is that correct?
Yes.
Getting pretty close to that time, did you have a discussion with Rita about you babysitting Christina and whether or not you were able to do that?
Yes.
Please tell us about that.
So she had come up to me and asked me,
All right, I'm going to stop
oh,
you. when you
sorry.
say
Oh, sorry, should I just say her name?
Please.
Okay, sorry. Rita came up to me and had asked me if I could watch her. I had let her know that I had to go into work for a few hours, and she kept asking me over and over. And finally, when the answer didn't change, it was no, obviously, she told me to leave Christina in my car with the windows down because she does it all the time.
Your Honor, we have that.
Objections overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I think you interrupted you. You said you couldn't because you had to go to work.
Yes.
Pick it up from there.
So when I told her the first time, she kept asking me over and over again. And when she realized that the answer was not going to change from no, she had told me that I could still take her and leave her in my car with the windows down, and because she does it all the time. Because she does it all the time.
She did.
Rita.
You see Rita Pangalangan in the courtroom?
Yes, I do. She's right there.
Your Honor, let the record reflect she's identified the defendant, Rita Pangalangan.
Right there where,
Oh, right over here in the
What is
white
she
shirt.
wearing?
It looks like a blue jacket and a white shirt.
it does.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you, sir. None, Your Honor.
Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sonny, Rita kicked you out of the house right before all this happened, is that right?
It was more of I was moving. I had already had a house set up.
That's your opinion. She kicked you out of the house because you weren't paying rent and you brought bedbugs into her home. Is that fair to say?
No, sir.
And you also moved your boyfriend into the home with his whole family. Y'all had a very toxic relationship, and you were in her home, not paying rent, correct?
I do not agree with that, no.
No further. Nothing else, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Step down.
Thank you.
State calls Kelly Padgett. Calling, Your Honor, the matter of law.
And we'll address it later.
Thank you, Your Honor.
talking about want to bring the fire. Gosh, he got up there and asked 2 questions real quick. Who we got coming up next? Let's see.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Padgett, P-A-D-G-E-T-T.
Ms. Patrick, who you work for?
With the Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
All right, so would it be proper to say Deputy Patrick?
Yes, sir.
Deputy Patrick, were you working for the Colleton County Sheriff's Office on or about August the 5th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And did you have an occasion to come into contact with Rita Pangalangan?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you take her to the Colleton County, what's the hospital in here in Walterboro? Is that Colleton Memorial?
Colleton Regional Center, I believe is what it's called.
So did you take her to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
And were you present when blood was collected from Rita Pangalangan?
Yes, I was.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked, 3 photographs that have been marked for identification, and they are stakes 31, 32, and 34. So first I'm going to hand you stakes 31 and 32. And if you would look at those 2 photographs, I realize there's some writing on that bag that you did not do, but do you recognize the vials in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what are those vials of?
This would have been the blood that was collected from Miss Pangalangan on the night I took her to the hospital.
And when you got that blood, did you have it in this, I'll call it a plastic bag or a Ziploc appearing bag? Did you have it in that container?
Yes, it was placed in that container by the nurse at the hospital.
And was that done in your presence?
Yes, it was.
And what did you do with that bag?
It was, I transported it back to the sheriff's office, and it was handed over to SLED crime scene unit that I met at the office.
All right. And is that Agent Shank?
Yes,
Shank?
Agent Shank, yes.
While you had the blood in your custody inside the Ziploc bag, did you alter it or change it in any way?
No, not at all.
And was it in the same condition as it was when the nurse took it and handed it to you?
Yes.
I'm now going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34 and ask you if you can identify that photograph.
Yes, I can.
And what is that photograph of?
This is a picture of myself and Miss Pangalangan still at the hospital. I'm holding a form and the Ziploc bag with the vials of blood.
And is that the same vials of blood that appears in States 31 and 32?
Yes, it is.
And is that the same blood that was collected at the hospital here in Walterboro?
Yes, it was.
At this time, I'd ask that States 31, 32, and 34 be admitted into evidence.
Subject prior to. No objection, Your Honor.
Ma'am, were you there when the blood was drawn?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the blood being drawn?
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? Either side.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
It's admitted over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could, Dylan, if you would put up States 34 so that the jury can see. And as you described it, and Deputy Padgett, I know it's a silly question, but is that you in uniform?
Yes, sir.
And next to you, is that Ms. Pangalangan?
Yes, it is.
And then that you described earlier, your testimony was that was the bag. And I will now, Mr. Hightower, go to 31. So are those the vials of blood you mentioned earlier?
Yes, sir.
And 32. And those you can actually see the writing that indicates the printed label, whose blood it is, etc.
Yes.
And did you also receive blood from another deputy?
Yes.
And whose blood was that, as far as you know?
Taken from Mr. Larry King.
All right. And what deputy gave that to you?
Brian Barnadoe.
And what did you do with Larry King's blood you got from Brian Barnadoe?
It was also handed over to SLED agent Shank.
And were they the same vials or same type of vials that we have just seen in these other photographs?
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgent, please, Your Honor. I don't have any other questions. Please answer any questions defense counsel has.
I have none, thank you. No question, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
State calls Brian Barnadoe, I'm sorry, I apologize, Judge. State calls Spencer Stevens.
So I'll stand for a moment waiting on him.
State your name again. Spell your last name.
Spencer Stevens. Last name is Stevens.
Your Honor, I apologize. Court's indulgent, just one moment. Your Honor, I apologize. I didn't pass the other one up. I'll pass it copies. Thank you, sir. Mr. Stevens, where do you work, sir?
Right now I work at Roper St. Francis.
All right. And back in August the 5th of 2019, were you working at Roper St. Francis or somewhere different?
I worked at Colleton Medical Center at that time.
All right, sir. In what position were you working?
I'm a nurse in the emergency department.
On or about August the 5th of 2019, did you draw blood from Larry King?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as states 27 and 28, and ask you if you can identify what's in those photographs, specifically the vials. What we're talking about.
They're different vials we use for different lab studies. Some are for coagulation, some are for chemistry, some are for a basic chemistry panel.
And do those have markings on them that allow you to identify them?
Correct. When a patient comes in the emergency department, they're registered either based off of their social or their name and birthday. That generates a sheet of stickers for that individual. And on those stickers at Colleton, we labeled what we called our 3-4, which is our specific identifier and the time we drew the specimen on them.
And does it also have a number on there that indicates who drew it?
Correct. My specific number was MXO7175, and that's my specific identifier for the lab to know that I drew those results.
And whose blood, is that the blood that you drew from Larry King on August the 5th?
Correct.
I'm sorry, August the 5th of 2019.
Yes.
And once you draw the blood, who did you give it to a member of law enforcement?
Yes.
All right. And do you actually put it in the Ziploc bag and seal it, or do they do that, or how does that work, or y'all do that together?
I don't recall how it was done in this instance. Most of the time it's done under their supervision.
Right. And do you put the stoppers in all the tubes?
So the tubes actually come pre-stopped. Our transfer device has a transfer needle inside of it that the blood goes directly into. We don't have any actual contact with it.
All right. Thank you, sir. Now,
once you handed over to law enforcement, or previous to you, previous to you handing over to law enforcement, did you alter it or change it or do anything to it in any way?
No, sir.
And once you handed it over to law enforcement, did you have anything else to do with it?
No, sir.
All right, I don't have any further questions. Just please answer any questions that defense has.
Questions?
Do you remember the name of the law enforcement officer that you gave this to?
I do not.
Anything further?
Nothing further from the state.
Thank you, Ms. Stepton.
Thank you.
State calls Brian Barnado. Your Honor, I did not ask this, I apologize. I asked that Mr. Stevens be excused unless defense counsel has an objection. None, Your Honor.
All witnesses are excused once they step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Take a seat and witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barnado, who do you work for?
Called the county sheriff's office.
Deputy Barnado, did you work for the Colleton County Sheriff's Office on or about August August the 5th of 2019?
Yes.
Deputy Barnado, did you have occasion to meet with Larry King on August the 5th of 2019?
Yes.
And did you take him to the Colleton County Medical Center, the Walterboro Hospital?
I did.
And was that for the purposes of a blood draw?
Yes.
And were you present when blood was drawn from him by Nurse Stevens?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, I apologize, Judge. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 27, 28, and 33. If you would, actually first let's just start with 27 and 28. If you could, can you look at those vials? The 28's a little bit close up. Can you identify what's the vials in states 27 and 28 for identification?
Yes, this is the blood vials drawn from Mr. King.
And were you present when those vials were drawn?
Yes, I was.
And did the nurse hand those vials to you?
They did.
While they were in your custody, were they also placed in a plastic bag that's shown there in 27?
Yes.
Did you alter that or change it in any way?
I did not.
What did you do with the blood once you got it?
Once I got it from the hospital staff, I turned it over to, at the time, Detective Kelly Padgett. She was a sergeant detective with the sheriff's office.
And is it your understanding from there it went to Agent Shane?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show you for identification states 33. Can you identify that photograph for me?
Yes, sir. That's me holding the vials and the paperwork.
And is that, you said the vials, meaning the vials that were drawn from Larry King?
That's correct.
And are all these fair and accurate representations of the vials you got? I realize there's excess writing that was already testified to,
Right.
put there by Agent Shane. Other than the writing and the label, is that accurate and a fair representation of what you bring?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this a fair, is Stage 33 a fair and accurate representation of you basically holding these bags in the hospital on August the 5th of 2019?
Yes, it is.
And again, did you alter or change anything in any way?
No, I did not.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that states 27, 28, and 33 be moved into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
You're admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Hightower, if you would please go ahead and show 33. That's you holding the vials.
That's me. Yes, sir.
And then let's go 27 and then 28. And we referenced this, and I probably should have asked you this earlier. It says Larry King, and I kind of gestured over that way, but do you see Larry King that blood was drawn from in the courtroom?
Yes, I do. The beard and the white shirt.
I have nothing further. Thank you very much for answering any questions to exhibit.
What's
None,
your
thank you for coming.
Yes, sir, thank you.
thing, Mr. Phillips?
Mr. Honorable, you spoke to Mr. King?
Have I spoken with Mr. King? That day, yes.
He said that Rita would never hurt her daughter intentionally?
I'm sorry?
He said that Rita would never intentionally hurt her daughter?
He may have said that. I don't recall him exactly saying that. That's a possibility.
Anything further?
I don't have anything further, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You want to now approach, or maybe?
Yes, sir. Well, we'll send you to the jury room for a few minutes. Please not.
Appropriate to move for a mistrial, specifically under the objections that we had under Rule 404B as well as Rule 403. I believe at this point, the prejudice is manifest necessity that this is now denied.
And,
Before the trial, shall give the truth, so help you God. You take a seat and witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Matthew Hogue, H-O-G-U-E.
Agent Hope, who you work for,
I work for SLED, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
and what do you do for SLED?
Currently, I'm a special agent in the Vice Unit for SLED.
And back in August of 2019, what were you doing for SLED?
I was a forensic technician in SLED's toxicology department.
Sir, I'm going to hand you, we'll do this in two batches. So first, I'm going to hand you, these have already been entered into evidence, 29, 30, 31, and 32. I believe it is listed as SLED item number 4. So can you tell me if you recognize the items in those photographs?
Yes, I do recognize them.
And are you the one who took these pictures?
Yes, these pictures of the evidence bags and what was inside of them are pictures I took as part of my duties as a forensic technician.
So did you, upon this being logged into SLED, at some point, did you open these bags to inventory or take photographs of what was inside the bag?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you alter them or change them in any way?
No, I did not.
And once you were done with taking these photographs, did you perform yourself as a technician, did you perform any tests on them?
No, I resealed them and they were stored in our refrigerator until further testing by someone else.
I'm going to ask you the same thing for states 25, 6, 7, and 8. And I believe that is SLED item 6. Same question. Do you recognize the blood vials in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And are you the one that took these photographs to document them with SLED evidence?
Yes, I did.
And did you alter them or change them in any way?
No.
And other than to open up the bag and catalog it and reseal it, did you have anything to do with them beyond that?
No, I did not.
And I will also ask you, if you can, as to SLED item 6, can you, by looking at the listing on the vials, can you tell me whose blood sample that is?
The blood vials say Larry Eugene King Jr.
And as to SLED item number 4, I'd ask you the same question.
Rita Marie Pangalangan.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions. Please answer any questions that the defense has.
No, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ask you to be excused, Your Honor.
Yes.
Brooklyn Gonzalez.
Raise your right hand, left hand down on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to give before this trial shall be the truth, so help you God. Yes. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Brooklyn Molina. My last name is Molina.
And I messed that up and said Brooklyn Gonzalez. I had both names written down. I'm sorry, I couldn't remember one. So your married name now is Brooklyn Molina?
Yes, that's correct.
Agent Molina, who do you work for?
I'm employed by the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, commonly known as SLED.
And what do you do for SLED?
I am a forensic toxicologist in our toxicology department.
I'm going to hand you a couple sets of photographs that have been testified to and are already in evidence. So I'd like to start with what is referred to as SLED item number 4, which is a collection of 4 photographs, 29, State's Exhibits 29, 30, 31, and 32. If you would look at those and let me know, did you have anything to do with the blood vials of Rita Pangalangan in SLED item 4?
I would have assisted in taking these photos.
You actually assisted, was that Agent Hogue?
Yes, Matthew Hogue.
And there's a yellow sticker. I think this was testified to earlier. There's a yellow sticker on those. Mr. Hightower, could you bring up 25, please? So this yellow sticker, can you tell me what that yellow sticker signifies?
Yes, that is the unique SLED identification number that was given to this case, and number 6 represents item number 6 that was submitted to us.
So if I could borrow those real quick, Mr. Hightower, would you please bring up 29? So is that what I was just referring to as SLED item number 4?
Yes.
Blood from Rita Pangalangan. And would you tell me about SLED item number 6, whose blood that is?
These vials are labeled King, Larry Eugene Jr.
And did you perform any, you said you assisted in taking the pictures, did you do anything else with SLED item 4 and SLED item 6, the blood vials from the defendants?
Yes, I performed the blood alcohol analysis as well as the preliminary drug screen.
All right, and your blood alcohol analysis, is that like ethanol? Or?
Yes.
And did you find any ethanol, and we'll just do it one at a time, in SLED item 4, which is Rita Pangalangan's blood?
No.
And did you find any ethanol for SLED item 6, Mr. King's blood?
No.
You said you did a preliminary, what was the?
A preliminary drug screen.
And let me ask you this. As part of your job at SLED and what you do at SLED, what kind of qualifications and things do you have to have the job that you currently have at SLED?
So education-wise, I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Chemistry from Ohio University, and I have a Master of Science from the University of Florida in Forensic Toxicology. Education aside, we undergo extensive in-house training for blood volatiles analysis that consists of analyzing 500 previously analyzed samples and comparing those to the known values, as well as we had multiple lectures, each followed by an exam and then a comprehensive exam. We are competency tested, which is an internal test to determine if we are competent in that analysis. And then we are proficiency tested each year by an external vendor in each discipline that we're deemed competent in. For drug screens, my training consisted of assisting in 100 case samples and the operation of the instrument. Again, we were competency tested and are proficiency tested by an external vendor each year with that.
And just, not about this case specifically, but this case and other cases you would do, what is the procedure of that you follow once you have once you do your preliminary tox screen, if it's positive, what would you do with it?
So once a case is positive on our preliminary drug screen, those results all have to be confirmed, so they are then assigned to another analyst in our lab.
And does that let me back up for a second. So you talked about your undergrad degree is in, what is it?
Forensic chemistry.
All right, and how long have you worked for SLED?
I have worked for SLED approximately 5 years.
And you said you talked about some proficiency exams. How often do you have to do those?
Yearly.
So have you passed them every year?
Yes.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert before?
One time.
And what would your expertise be in if I was to ask the court now to have you declared as an expert in? Would it be forensic toxicology?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask that Agent Molina be qualified as an expert in forensic toxicology.
Says the defense.
I think she's an expert, just subject to the prior pre-trial.
All right, she's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, we talked about doing different tests, the fact that you did a preliminary toxicology. So if we could just take them one at a time. As to SLED, and I'm going to show you this right, as to SLED item 4, which is the blood of Rita Pangalangan, were you able to run a preliminary toxicology screen on that?
Yes, I completed a preliminary drug screen.
I'm sorry, I used the wrong language. A preliminary drug screen.
Correct.
Did you get a preliminary hit on any drugs?
Yes, that item number screened positive for methamphetamine and amphetamine.
Ladies and gentlemen, once a witness is qualified as an expert witness, they're then allowed to offer opinions in the area of their expertise, subject to the rules of evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. As to SLED item 6, Agent Molina, were you able to, or did you run a drug screen on that?
Yes, I did.
And that's blood of Larry King. What results did you get as far as a preliminary result?
Do you have a copy of the report, actually? I just want to make sure I tell you the correct. Thank you.
Just after reviewing that, see if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, so I did perform a preliminary drug screen, and that would have been positive again for methamphetamine and amphetamine.
So both had a preliminary result of methamphetamine and amphetamine.
Correct.
And what did you say the procedure was once you do that?
Then that case is assigned to an analyst to confirm those results.
And who would the analyst be in this case?
Lindsay Mitchell.
And other than what you testified to, did you have anything else to do with this case?
No, I did not.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions for you. Please answer any questions that the defense has.
Thank you.
From the defense.
Just a couple. So I think I understand the process. You say you do a preliminary screen. I assume if it's negative, then that substance is discarded. That's the end of the investigation into that substance. Is that right?
For that substance, correct.
And then you said it's positive and it's sent to someone else for a confirmation.
Correct.
Is that right? My question is, when it goes to someone else, is that like a higher echelon of testing? Is that something that's more specific? Or is it someone else who is, if you will, on your same level within SLED, we all just check behind each other?
No, so it would go to confirmatory testing, which is going to go to a class-specific confirmation.
Okay, and would it be fair, it's just a higher level of testing?
Yes.
In a latent?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Based on your training and experience, you can't tell when a substance was ingested, right?
No.
And so that preliminary report, it could have happened several days before the blood was actually taken. Is that fair to say?
Well, if it's in the bloodstream currently, it is acting on the individual.
Well, now, as far as your expertise, your training and experience, I want you to go outside the scope of what you have. As far as whether somebody tests positive, they could have ingested it days before and still test positive. That's true.
Yeah.
Because you can't tell from the preliminary report when somebody may have ingested a substance.
Right, just what is currently in the bloodstream.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further?
Nothing further. Ask that you be excused.
All right. Now, every witness is excused once they step in. And you're excused.
State calls Lindsay Mitchell.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Lindsay Mitchell, Mitchell.
Agent Mitchell, who do you work for?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And did you work for, is that also commonly known as SLED?
Yes.
All right. Did you also work for SLED back in August of 2019?
Yes, I did.
These are already in evidence and have been testified to, but let me just call out, as to SLED lab number 19-14197, items number 4 and 6, did you perform any, well, let me back up for a second. Did you have anything to do with those items or analysis on those items?
Yes, we performed testing on these evidence items.
There was earlier testimony, ma'am, from Ms. Molina dealing with kind of what a preliminary tox screen is. Can you kind of describe the process of what occurs when there is a positive, for lack of a better word, positive hit on a drug screen?
Yeah, if our drug screen results in a preliminary positive, that has to be confirmed by another type of analysis before we can report it.
So let me ask you a little bit about your background. What are you, is forensic toxicologist the right word?
Yes.
So to be a forensic toxicologist, what kind of undergrad degree or training education do you have?
I have a double major bachelor's in forensic science and chemistry from Pace University. I also have a master's in professional studies from the Pennsylvania State University.
And what sort of, and I may have asked you this already and I apologize if I did, how long have you been with SLED?
For 8 years now.
All right, so did you have any job in forensics or chemical analysis prior to working for SLED?
No.
So you've been there now 8 years?
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about the certification process. What do you have to do, or what types of certifications do you have to go through, or testing to maintain your job as a forensic toxicologist?
We undergo extensive in-house training for blood alcohols and for drugs for analysis and interpretation. We have lectures and hands-on training that we do. We have to previously analyze samples before we can take a competency test, which is supposed to mimic a real-life case sample. We also do oral training, like mock courts and stuff like that, before we're signed off and deemed competent. Since that time, we have the opportunity to do extra training, extra courses that we get to go to, such as the Borkenstein alcohol course, as well as they have a Borkenstein drug course. And we annually do proficiency tests in all of the subjects that we perform analysis in.
And you said annually, so you have to do that every year then?
Yes.
And have you failed any of those proficiency tests?
No.
How many samples do you think, including all the testing that you did as well as actual cases, how many analyses, I guess would be the plural of that, how many times have you looked at this kind of stuff?
Probably into the thousands.
Have you ever been declared an expert in the state of South Carolina or in federal court?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Probably about 4 or 5.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask that Agent Mitchell be declared an expert in forensic toxicology.
No objection, Your Honor. No objection to qualifications, just review prior action regarding toxicology.
She's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Mitchell, in this case, and obviously I've already referenced the lab number, there was testimony earlier from Agent Molina that a preliminary tox screen was done and it was positive for methamphetamine and amphetamine. Was that sent to you for confirmatory testing?
Yes, it was.
And was that confirmatory testing done?
Yes.
And can you just kind of explain the process of how that works?
So a sample is taken from the evidence. It is run on a GCMS, that's gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. That instrument gives us the ability to separate and identify things that might be in that sample. So in this case, it was run on a specific test for sympathomimetic amines, which is the drug class that includes methamphetamine and amphetamine.
And let me ask this, it was asked earlier, this is like, would you call this a higher level of testing or just a more specific testing?
I guess both. It is more specific, but it also gives us a quantitative value as well as the confirmation of the presence.
And were you able to analyze did forget, but if I try to pronounce it, I'll mess it up. What's the machine that you guys use again?
GCMS is the
Well,
easier
I
term.
can run that. So on the GCMS, were you able to analyze this?
Yes,
All right, so as to SLED item number 4, which is the blood of Rita Pangalangan, were you able to reach a confirmatory analysis?
we did, yes.
And what was that confirmation?
I know that it confirmed for the methamphetamine
All right,
and the
did you do a report on that?
yes.
All right, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15 for identification. Can you identify that?
Yes, this is my report.
And is that your name that appears on the bottom?
Yes.
Of the second page, I believe? All
Yes.
right, and if you'll go to the second page, what are your results as to Rita Pangalangan's SLED item 4?
We found methamphetamine at a level of 400 nanograms per mil, as well as amphetamine at a level of 160 nanograms per mil.
And is that report an accurate reflection of your results?
Yes.
Other than that I stapled it, has it been altered or changed in any way?
No.
Judge, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 15 be entered into evidence.
Save the defense.
The document itself is hearsay. It can be referenced and it's now been testified to the record and subject to the fire pre-trial vote of the document itself.
Any response?
Judge, I apologize for you asking.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It's not a hearsay document. The agent who wrote it is here to testify. If she wasn't here to testify, then it would be a hearsay document.
The document itself is cumulative to the testimony, so objection sustained.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14. Is that also the report that, in this case?
Yes.
And what SLED item number is that in reference to?
Item number 6.
And as to SLED item number 6, were you able to reach the same conclusion as to levels?
For levels, methamphetamine was reported at 480 nanograms per mil, and amphetamine at 88 nanograms per mil.
And who is that in reference to, that SLED item number?
Larry Eugene King Jr.
And were those, is that a correct and accurate reflection of your results?
Yes.
Your Honor, reports indulged. So, a couple other questions. There was a question earlier about if that was in the blood. If you see amphetamine and methamphetamine both, can you explain to the jury what a metabolite is?
Sure. So when you consume some type of drug, your body can break it down further into what we will call a metabolite.
All right, and so can you answer the question as to this case? Is amphetamine a metabolite of methamphetamine?
Yeah. So in this case, when someone consumes methamphetamine, it is broken down to amphetamine in the body.
So is that a natural body process? As the body is processing the methamphetamine, it converts some of that into amphetamine?
Yes.
And if someone has these sorts of levels, and if you need this, I can get it back to you, but I think your testimony was in excess of, I think, for Rita Pangalangan, it was 400 nanograms per milliliter of methamphetamine, and for Larry King, it was 480 nanograms per milliliter of methamphetamine. Can you tell me anything about how that would act on the body?
Yeah, so methamphetamine in general, some of the physical side effects you could have are rapid or irregular heartbeat, not labored breathing, but irregular breathing. You could experience agitation, anxiety, confusion, euphoria. It's different person to person, but those are the general effects that you might see.
And at that level, would you consider that person to be under the influence of methamphetamine?
To some extent, yes.
I don't have any further questions. Please answer your questions if it says. No.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just want to make sure, through the metabolites, as far as you testified, you're not able to tell when the substance was ingested.
Correct.
And it could have been ingested up to, specifically with methamphetamine, up to 3 days prior to when the sample was taken, generally?
Yeah, probably, possibly.
And a higher threshold would say 500, right? That would be a greater indicator that it was taken within that 3-day period?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that just seeing greater than 500 nanograms per milliliter indicates that it was taken.
As far as literature that's out there?
Not that I'm aware of.
But you do agree it could have been ingested up to 3 days prior? There's no way for you to know?
Yes, that would be possible.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further?
One question, Judge. Ma'am, is there any question though that the body is still acting on the body at that time?
Yeah, the fact that it is in the blood shows that it was active in the bloodstream and in the body at the time of the test, the time of the blood draw.
Ping pong, but you don't know how it would affect that person specifically. You're saying it's active in the blood, but you don't know how it's affecting that person in any way, shape, or form. You can't testify to that.
To like what specific effects they might have been feeling at that time? No, not specifically.
Right, because they might have done it 3 days prior.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, can they sit down? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch now. We're going to start back at 2:15. Please go to the jury room and please not discuss the case.
Wow, so they are about to take a break. I mean, we done went through so many witnesses this morning. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't know. They flying up there like hotcakes. So they are going to lunch. Let me pull us forward.
I'm told that due to the impending weather, the court will close at noon tomorrow and not resume until Friday. So that means that we will probably need to work late today and start early tomorrow because the case cannot go into next week. So I'm not sure of the schedule of number of witnesses and all that, but
well, Your Honor, if I may, we have the video, which we anticipate playing. That's going to take roughly 5 to 6 hours. So we can run that for however long you want to this afternoon, and we can finish it up tomorrow one way or the other. So whatever that has. I have one witness before the video, and then I'm going to do the video. So that will be a time that will just continuously run until you.
sure.
Doctor, you'll stay here. She's going to swear you in.
My name is Andrew Grunstein, Grundstein.
Okay, let me get you to pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, Doctor.
Okay.
All right, so Doctor, what are you the doctor of?
I am a doctor of climatology. I study weather and climate.
And what do you currently do? What is your occupation?
I'm a professor at the University of Georgia. I've been there for about 20 years, or over 20 years, and I teach weather and climate there.
And in the context of climatology, what's kind of encompassed in that?
So the field of climatology looks at longer-term weather patterns, and similar to meteorology, which looks at day-to-day weather, but we look at longer-term weather. One of the things that in climatology we're really good at is looking at past weather, so you can dig up old records and reconstruct what past conditions were like.
Again, in the context of studying climatology and teaching actual climatology, does that also affect as far as temperatures, heat index, that type of thing as well?
Yeah, my field is sort of like, medicine. People specialize in things, right? You have dermatology, you have allergists and so forth. In my field, people specialize too, and one of the things I specialize is in how climate affects people and human health, and I especially focus on heat and human health.
I'm sorry, you specialize in what?
In how heat affects people's health.
Okay. In the context of, and you teach that as well?
Correct.
All right. And in the context of studying that and teaching that, have you done research or been published on the effects of heat on people in cars and automobiles?
Yeah, I have multiple research publications on the conditions in the car when it's left out in the sun.
And how did you come about being published in that? Is that something that's published in a national survey? How does that work?
Yeah, these are published in what we call peer-reviewed journals. So the typical scientific journals, they get reviewed by outside experts to make sure that they meet standards of quality and that they're good science.
And in the context of those, how many of those have you done? First of all, how many of those research projects have you done?
Specific to hot cars?
Yes.
I believe 6 or 7.
Okay. And then in the context of writing and publishing all those?
In terms of how many right, so I've got 6 or 7 peer-reviewed scientific journal articles on that.
And have you testified in court concerning heat in cars?
I have not testified in court with heat in cars.
All right. Have you ever qualified as an expert in heat in cars, that type of thing?
No.
How about from the standpoint of actually not only using these things, but giving evidence as to heat in cars and that type of thing?
I haven't testified in court on heat in cars, but like I said, I publish on this. I believe I'm an expert in understanding how hot cars can get in the circumstances where they occur.
Let me back up and ask you this specifically. In the context of temperature, like outdoor temperature, first of all, what is that called? I'm just saying, I say it's hot outside. I don't know what that means. So what are we talking about from outdoor temperature?
Sure, we usually refer to that as the ambient air temperature.
Okay. And then from an ambient air temperature, what else goes into the factor of heat and how that affects the body?
Right, so there's, when it's hot outside, right, it's hot and it's in the 90s, but other factors can influence how you feel and your heat stress. Humidity plays a very big role. Those of us who live in the South know that humidity can make it feel hotter. And I can explain the reasons for that if that's helpful.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. One of the reasons it makes us feel so hot is because it makes it harder for sweat to evaporate, and sweat's part of our personal air conditioning system. So when that doesn't work so well, we feel more heat stress. So temperature, humidity, sunlight can also increase your heat stress if you're out in the sun.
Now, when I see the news and the weather report, they're always talking about the heat index. And I now get that. In fact, I get that on my phone from a weather source. Where does the heat index come from?
Right. The heat index tries to account for the fact that it's not just air temperature, other factors can affect heat stress. And so what it combines is air temperature and humidity values.
Now, how does that relate to a car, an automobile, and specifically a person inside of a car or automobile?
Right. So inside a car has a very different environment than outside of the car, and I think we'll talk about that a little bit later. But you could also combine the role of humidity in the car to show the combined heat stress for both the temperature and the humidity.
And so is there a totally different temperature that you deal with inside a closed cabin?
He's not been offered as an expert at this point.
And I'm just establishing that background.
No, he's eliciting opinions. He's not exploring his background or CV.
Question is there a difference between the heat in the car and the heat out the car? Is that in effect the question?
Yes, sir.
That's not an expert opinion.
No, sir.
I overrule the objection.
All right, so heat inside the car, that's different there. You got ambient temperatures, you testified as outside temperature, is that correct?
Correct. So ambient is outside the car. Inside the car, we sometimes call it the cabin temperature.
Okay. And you have done studies on this as well?
Yes.
And you've been published on peer review articles on this as well?
Yes.
And have you worked with other people when you published and when you researched?
Yes, I've worked with other experts in this area too.
And they also are experts in this field?
Yes.
And your specific expertise from the standpoint of testifying is climatology as it relates to the effect of weather on people?
Correct.
Just, Your Honor, he has not been qualified. I'm about to ask the question, Your Honor. At this time, I'd offer him as an expert in climatology and specifically in the effects of heat on people.
What says the defense? You wish to voir dire the witness? Do you object? Says
No,
the
I don't
defense.
object. No, I don't need to block any witness.
All right. Yes, sir.
I'll have cross questions at the appropriate time.
Do you object to him being qualified as an expert?
I'll be quick. You said you never testified in court before?
I have testified in court, just not specifically about vehicle hyperthermia, hot temperatures in the car. I have testified, though.
But you've never been qualified as an expert?
I have been qualified as an expert in weather and climate, but specifically as an expert in car heating in a court, no.
All right, well, I guess let's drill down on that. So you've been qualified as expert in climate. Tell me what that means.
Sure. In the cases that I've testified in court, I was dealing with heat as it affected human health. The people had suffered from heat stress. So that was the capacity I was qualified in.
So this is the first case that you'd be trying to get qualified as it relates to a vehicle.
Hyperthermia in a vehicle, but I have testified other times about how heat affected other people, but not in a car.
But never in a car.
Yes.
And your specific training and experience goes directly to how people are affected in a car?
My research has specifically looked at heating in a car and how it could potentially affect people's health.
Okay, so you do have that background.
Correct.
It's not just purely weather and climate.
No, I have an expertise in, I've been studying it. I've published in vehicles and how the temperature changes in a vehicle.
No objection as far as qualification.
So qualified.
Your Honor, I handed you a copy, I believe, of all except this one, which I will.
Okay.
Let me show you, Dr. Hood, and I'll get you to come down in just a second.
Sure.
Let me go ahead and cover this right now. State's Exhibit 16 and State's Exhibit 17. Would these aid in your testimony today in explaining your findings in this court?
Yes.
And in fact, I think the bottom of State's Exhibit 16 has already been entered into evidence. What is the top of State's Exhibit 16?
This is an illustration of how cars can get so hot, how the cabin can get so hot in a car.
This is actually part of your report.
Correct.
And then these two charts here, these are charts that you created.
Yes, I created them.
That's State's Exhibit 17.
Yes.
Okay, this time, Your Honor, I move into State's Exhibit 16 and State's Exhibit 17.
Says the defense.
No objection, Your Honor. No objection.
They're admitted.
Now, this one, Doctor, I'm going to ask you to identify, but we're going to, I'm going to get you to mark on this, so I don't want to introduce this quite yet, Your Honor, but I would like to use it at least initially as demonstrative before we put it into evidence. This is State's Exhibit number 19, I believe. Can you tell me what this is?
Sure. It's a chart that helps us calculate the heat index.
Okay. So this is, it's got at the very top, dew point, and we'll cover that in a few minutes. What else?
It has air temperature and dew point to measure humidity, and those combine to create the heat index.
Okay, which is what you put before.
Yes.
Correct. And would this chart help you in your explanation of your testimony?
It will.
Your Honor, I'd like to be able to use this right now as a demonstrative. I'm going to ask you to mark on it, and so after that, I would offer it into evidence.
Okay.
All right, Doctor, if I could, and I know that I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 16. Can you see that?
No. Should I relocate to visualize that?
Yeah, if you mind, could he come off the stand as long as he keeps his voice up?
Yes.
All right, if you will, explain, first of all, the very bottom of that is a photograph of the car in question that's already been put in evidence. Explain it to the jury what the top is supposed to signify.
Sure. This is an illustration of how cars get so hot. I think all of us who have lived, especially in the South, and leave our cars outside, know that when you get in there, it's often a lot hotter than outside. And this is why. Cars operate kind of like a greenhouse. You know those structures with the glass panels that allow you to grow things in the winter when it's cold? Well, cars operate the same way. The yellow arrows here are the sunlight coming in through the windows of the car. They heat up the inside of the car, and when that heat's produced, if the windows are closed, it can't go anywhere, and it builds up, and you end up with cabin temperatures, the inside temperature in the car, much hotter at times than outside the car, the ambient air temperature.
Now, on this particular car, this is, what type of car is this actually?
Well, this looks like a gray four-door sedan.
Okay. And this is what you use for display, similar, I guess, to the car at the bottom. What about the sunroof? Does that affect it one way or the other?
If the sunroof was open completely and had ventilation, that could change things. But if it was closed and that air couldn't get out, then the heat would continue to build up in there.
And so on the one at the very bottom of this exhibit, where it shows where you can see the sunroof, can you tell if that's open or closed?
It looks like it's propped open a little bit, but I was told that there was a fabric covering that had closed it that would impede air movement of the car.
So that's not going to really let sun in or let heat out. So
Right.
Okay, that's basically the same thing as the top.
Correct.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. On State's Exhibit 17, which I believe you also used, if you could walk us through the top of this, I'm assuming is something you charted separately from this?
Yes, this is a figure from one of my scientific publications, and I had parked a car in Georgia, so similar in the southeast, and I put a thermometer in the car, and I wanted to measure what the air temperature was like. So let me walk you through all these different lines on here. I should also mention it's on the Celsius scale. When I publish in some of these journals, people outside the United States use Celsius, they ask us to plot it in Celsius. So the numbers may look a little different than the bottom chart. But I plotted it up here. We have the time on this axis. I have it in military time here, 24-hour time. The black line here is the cabin temperature. So that's the temperature inside the car. The dotted line here is the ambient air temperature. That's the temperature outside the car. So this car was a gray sedan parked out in the sun. It was in June. And you can see at the start in the morning, the temperatures are pretty similar inside and outside the car. And I've got the sun up here. And as the sunlight started coming into the car, you could see the air temperature in the car rapidly increasing while the temperature outside goes up, but not as much.
Let me back you up just a little bit, because I'm not very good at military time. Let me get you to the very bottom. When it starts, that sort of flat line where it looks like it's pretty much even with the ambient output temperature, what time is that?
So we're looking at the morning here. So when they're about the same, 10, 10:30, 11 in the morning.
Okay. So right at, what time does it start jumping?
About 11 o'clock, you start seeing that big jump in the cabin temperature.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, sure. So it ends up getting up to a temperature of 165 degrees. The outside temperature is still pretty hot. It gets up to 95. But you get this very big difference, and that is that greenhouse warming. That's that warming from that air getting trapped in the car and heated by the sun. That's the difference between inside the car and outside the car.
Now, how does that affect, and you talked earlier about on the effect of health, how does that affect people inside the car?
Right, so inside the car can be really dangerous because A, it can get really hot. In this case, it was 165 degrees. But other cars can get hot, that directs a lot of heat towards your body. And the other thing that can happen is that inside the car, you don't get a lot of air movement. And that air whisks heat and evaporates sweat, right? That's your your personal air conditioning system. And when that doesn't work well, you gain a lot of heat, but you can't get rid of it, and your body temperature can rise. And if it rises enough, you could have health problems or even death.
All right. Now, in this case, did you also study a recreation?
A recreation of a person?
No, recreation of the actual
Oh, the second chart here.
Yeah.
Yes. So the bottom chart is a recreation of the scenario we're all here for. And this is what the test cabin temperature is. This black line here is the temperature inside the vehicle on this test day. The dotted line is the temperature at the nearby weather station. And you can see that just like in the top chart here, as the sun enters the car, the temperature rapidly rises, and it peaks out about 130 degrees. The outside temperature stays in the low 90s. So again, you have that big difference between what's inside the car and what's outside the car. Very similar to what I have up here.
Now, the ambient air temperature, where exactly did you get that temperature?
Right, so this ambient air temperature down here I got from a nearby weather station in Walterboro near the airport.
Okay, so that's pretty close.
Yes.
And that is what you turned in the bottom. Now, the difference between the test, because the test was done, I think, a few days later, or 20 days later, something like that. It was actually hotter on the test day, but the humidity was lower. Is that correct?
Well, right, so they tried to replicate as much as possible the same car, same location. They opened and closed the doors at the same time. What they couldn't control was the weather, and that's kind of why they brought me in to help explain things and adjust things so I can identify what the temperatures were like on the 5th. The day that they did the test, it was a few degrees hotter, and it was also clear. And car heating is related to both air temperature and the amount of sun that builds up, into the car. So what I did was I adjusted for that. I accounted for the weather conditions with an equation I have. And what I determined was that the cabin temperature wasn't 130, but because it was a little less sunny, a little bit cooler, it got up to 118 degrees.
All right, and so let me now talk, and I want to talk specifically about the day that Chrissy died, August the 5th. And let's leave. So your calculations now, in your testimony now, what I'd like to direct you to is the testimony specifically as to that car and the outside temperatures and the cabin temperatures during that time frame. Did you review the video in this case?
I did.
And you reviewed the timing, and I think you also reviewed that in comparison with the other as well, correct?
Correct.
Tell me about August the 5th. What can you tell us about the ambient temperature outside? What can you tell us about the cabin temperature? And the cabin temperature is inside the car, is that correct?
Sure. Right. So 118 is my determination for the maximum temperature that was in the car on that day. On that day, the weather conditions, kind of range from 80s in the morning up to low 90, around 90 or so in the afternoon. It was also humid. We talked about that. It had a dew point of 74.
All right, tell me this. Let me stop you. You say dew point. I think humidity. What's the difference?
Yeah, it is a measure of humidity. So the two measures you see, probably what you see the most is the relative humidity. People in my field actually use the dew point more because it's a more direct measure of moisture. It's just like air temperature. The higher that number goes, the more water in the air and the more humid it feels.
Okay, so go ahead.
So the dew point was at approximately 74.
Okay. So what can you tell us about the temperature? First of all, from the beginning, and let's start at about 11 o'clock in the morning to say 5 o'clock that afternoon, what can you tell me about the outside, the air temperature, the ambient air temperature?
Right, so this bottom line is the ambient air temperature, and you can see
that's the dotted line?
The dotted line, yeah, the dashed line here is the ambient temperature that was outside the car, okay, and from that weather station. And you can see that it was in the 80s, and at the end here, it got up to a little bit over 90.
What can you tell us about the dew point during the time table?
The dew point was approximately 74 in the afternoon.
Okay. All right, and then how does that explain to you, explain this the two red dots that you've got there?
Gotcha. Okay, so the bottom red dot here is my determination for what the highest cabin temperature, the temperature inside the car was, so 118. Now, we had talked about how humidity and heat index can influence heat stress. So for a given air temperature, if it's more humid, it feels more stressful outside. So when I accounted for the 118 plus the fact that the dew point was about 74, the heat index in the car, my determination was 135 degrees.
I'm now going to hand you State Exhibit 18. This is, I believe, first of all, where does this chart come from?
This chart comes from the National Weather Service.
Okay. This is their official publication?
Yes.
Excuse me, just a moment. I want to ask you about some specific times. Now, I recognize that my question is here. This is actually going to be outside the car, correct? This is what I'm going to ask you. If I'm asking you temperature and on a specific time and dew point, you can basically just tell me outside the car.
Correct. So this would be how it feels if you're standing outside the car.
All right. Let me call your attention first to 11:07. I believe, let me back up. I've got times as 11:07 and all of them in 07. Why is that?
Yeah, it seems odd. Why wouldn't it be at exactly 11? The reason that happens is all these stations around the country transmit their data, and I was told that they don't want to transmit all at once. It can cause problems, so they stagger the observation times, so you get these odd times like 11:07 and so forth.
Okay. All right, so at 11:07 a.m., and I'm going to write up here 8:05. Make sure we're talking about the date of the incident. And let me go at 11:07. That's when you've got an actual time, correct?
Yes.
All right. So I'll give you this because you're probably better at that than I am.
And I have these values marked on my report, so I'll write that.
Okay. So what can you tell us at 11:07 in around Walterboro on this day?
Okay. So on this axis, just to explain things, on the vertical axis you have temperature, on the horizontal axis you have dew point, and all these values in this very crowded looking chart are the heat index values. So I'm going to identify 82, and then the dew point was 75.59. So somewhere between 89, I'm going to circle these two, somewhere between 89 and 91.
And that is 1107?
Correct.
See if you can write somewhere on there, just point that to 1107.
Okay. So, let me correct that. So we do have 76 on here. Hang on for a sec. I sketched this over 78 and not 76. Let me correct that. So it's 75.59. So it's probably closest to this one, that 89.
89 degrees?
Yes.
So at 1107, heat index is 89.
Yes.
Okay. 1207.
Okay, 1207, it got up to 84 degrees. And the dew point was 74.42, so I'm going to round that to 74. And that would be about 91.
Okay. 107.
107 is 87.
Again, that's the ambient air temperature.
That's the outside air temperature. And the dew point was 74. And it's actually, this chart goes from 86 to 87, so somewhere between 94 and 97.
Okay.
So somewhere between 94 to 97, somewhere in the middle there.
And 307.
307, it was 90 degrees, and the dew point was 73. Okay, so that would be sort of between these two.
And what are those two numbers?
And so 98 and 100. So somewhere between 98 and 100.
And two more, 407.
407, it was 91, it was 73 dew point. So that'd be somewhere. So this is getting tricky for me in between all these values here.
Between the numbers.
Yeah, so it would, let's see here, so 90 and 73 would be between, so between 98 and 100. Wait, let me make sure I got this right. So between 98 and 100.
And then 507.
Okay, and at 507 it was 90, but also 73 dew points. So that would also give us that 98 to 100.
And these numbers that you've written out, those are, again, that's heat index outside of the car.
Correct, those are heat index values outside the car.
The three numbers that are highlighted, the 118, 74, and 135, what are those?
So these are my calculations for what the heat index inside the car would be. So at the highest point.
And I'm assuming you're taking all this other information into account.
Correct. So my determination is the highest temperature in the car was 118. And the dew point in the afternoon when that happened was 74. And you can see that the heat index in the car would be 135.
Go ahead and take a seat. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Please answer any questions the defense has. Thank you.
Interesting, but I don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
I'll agree, Your Honor.
Just wanted to make something clear. Nobody disputes it was really hot in the car. Your numbers are all based on the assumption that the air conditioner never ran in the car. Is that fair to say?
Correct. I assume the air conditioning was not running.
All right.
And I can tell you why I made that assumption.
Well, so what I'll say is this. If a air conditioner runs to a certain point to where it overheats and the compressor cuts off and air circulates within the car, that would affect the heat index and all the numbers, right?
It wouldn't affect the heat index because it doesn't.
I'm sorry, not the heat index, the max temperature in the car.
It would depend if it was like blowing hot air in the car. That could actually potentially make things worse. But it would, there would be some air movement in there, but it would be so hot in there that even with a little bit of air movement, I don't know if it would change things a lot.
So potentially, so if the air conditioner's running to a point where it overheats and it cuts off, where the compressor cuts off and it starts to blow hot air, it can make it worse?
Well, if you're blowing hot air into the car, right, and you already have hot air, you're just exacerbating the problem.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Just want to let you answer your question. He had asked earlier whether or not you assumed air conditioning was not on. Why was that?
Right. The way that I look at heat stress and body temperature, right, is that I look in terms of energy gains and energy losses. And if you gain more energy than you lose, your body temperature goes up. So I don't really see a way that Christina could have the medical examiner reported about 110 body temperature. I don't know how that could happen without being in a hot
Beyond
environment.
the scope of the expert testimony.
Objections overruled.
Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So from the way that,
Internal temperature 110, 109.7. What could you tell us? I'm sorry.
right, so from the way that I look at things in terms of energy, I don't know how your body temperature could get up to that point without gaining much more energy than your body could lose.
And so the gaining and the losing of energy in layman's terms, what does that mean?
So what that means is you have that 118 degrees, right, that directs a body heat towards your body. And inside the car, it's hard to get rid of that heat because what we talked about earlier, that if there's not a lot of air movement, sweat can't evaporate, heat can't get whisked from your skin. So your personal air conditioner, your body's air conditioner isn't working well. You can't get rid of that heat. As you gain more heat than you lose, your body temperature will go up.
Yeah. Nothing else? Yeah. Question this witness here?
Yes, sir.
On the day in question where your test was run, whatever it was, August 9th through the 12th, if you can answer this, if the test started around 11 o'clock, is that right?
I think that's about right.
Something like that, and that's not the important one. And then the temperatures were monitored throughout the day or across the afternoon as temperatures rose both outside and within the car, is that correct?
Right, temperatures are measured.
Across the day or as you measured temperatures going up or maybe eventually down, is that right?
That chart isn't up there anymore. Right, the temperature in the car, you can see how it increased throughout the day.
My question is just, that's what you were measuring, right?
The temperature inside the car, yes.
Right. Now, if, hypothetically speaking, you had parked that car where you did, set it there, turned the air conditioner on, sitting in the sun, measured the temperature, and then after an hour or so, the air conditioner shut off or froze up, but you continue to monitor the temperature, it probably would have reached close to the same temperature in the afternoon, approximately anyway, would it not?
And I've seen other studies, so if the air conditioner running, the air temperature would be lower if it was functioning, right? And we've all been in air-conditioned cars, they're comfortable. If it was functioning, you'd have a lower temperature, and then the temperature would go up.
Right. Once the AC shut off, the temperature would continue to rise, and it would rise pretty dramatically.
I've seen studies where they've, cars, especially during the peak time of the day, could heat up to almost the maximum temperature within an hour or two.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Real brief. You said it could be worse if the air conditioning stopped and started blowing the hot air. That would spike the temperature, correct?
It depends what the temperature in the car was already, but if it was drawing in air, that was, in the, off the engine and it was hot, that could add heat stress to you.
Yeah. I'm not asking you to speculate or anything like that, but just saying in that scenario, again, given facts, that if that scenario was there, then the temperature in the car would rise significantly at that point.
So I don't know exactly, because it would really depend on what the temperature blowing out is, so I can't say exactly. But if the air conditioner malfunctioned and it was blowing hot air in there, it certainly would be cooling the vehicle.
Right, and there's no way to recreate that without actually having data. Is that fair to say? From the car?
I couldn't give you an exact number without replicating that.
That's right, because your numbers are all based off a weather station. You're having to make just an educated guess of what it could potentially be. Again, like you said, based on the fact is if it started from no air condition versus if the air condition froze up, correct?
Well, I wasn't making just an educated guess. I was using scientific approaches
Sure.
to correct it to something that I think is a very conservative value that's not too high or too low for what it's doing.
And we're in dispute. It was hot in that car, so that's not the issue. We know that's the way she died. Just trying to say, as far as the way the car could have heated up, would have been different than the way it's presented on that chart. Is that fair to say?
If hot air was blowing through the AC unit, I don't know because I didn't collect the data there. It was collected without that air conditioner blowing hot air.
Thank you.
You may step down.
Here on state calls Jason Chapman.
Good afternoon. My name is Captain Jason Walker Chapman, last name Chapman.
And what is your rank? I see the stripes on your sleeve, but I apologize, I don't know what it
Captain.
means. Captain?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Captain Chapman, you work with the Collinson County Sheriff's Office?
I do, sir.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office since January 1 of 2013, and law enforcement, 26 years total.
And what is your job with the Collinson County Sheriff's Office?
I am currently the Special Operations Division Commander, so I oversee tactical operations, all of criminal investigations, evidence, storage, processing, things along those lines.
On August the 5th, 2019, did you work the case involving the death of Rita Pangalangan?
I did, sir.
And generally, as an investigator, you went to the house, you saw the crime scene, that type of thing, is that correct?
I did, sir.
Let me first show you, if I may, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 20, 21, and 22. Just ask you, are these fair and accurate depictions of the scene as you saw them that day, the crime scene?
They are, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, we introduce State's Exhibit 20, 21, and 22. None, Your Honor. Judge.
Be admitted.
Okay. So let me first go to the monitor, if I could, on State's Exhibit 20. What is that?
That is, you're looking at the front of the residence where the incident occurred. That is the exterior camera to the Night Owl video system that was installed by the homeowner.
And then go to State's Exhibit 21. That's a close-up, I'm assuming the same thing?
It is.
Where were cameras located on this house? And I think we've got a crime scene sketch of this house that we've put into evidence as State's Exhibit 8. Where were cameras located in this residence?
And they were located 4 different cameras. You had one in the front, the one that we see in Exhibit 20 and 21. That camera was facing the driveway towards US 21 or Low Country Highway. You had one camera on the right side of the residence, one camera on the left side of the residence, and one camera in the very back that filmed the backyard.
All right, so this obviously just shows the front of the residence, but where were the cameras hid? Just using State's Exhibit.
So we're looking at this angle here, this front camera was filming towards the vehicle and overshot that whole area towards US 21.
And then the other 3?
There would have been this side, the far side, and in the back, facing the shed.
And then let's go to State's Exhibit 22. And what is this?
This was the master bedroom inside the residence and the video monitor where the DVR was connected that showed the 4 cameras.
The 4 cameras that you just described?
That's correct, sir.
Now, there was I want to make sure I get this right, video camera, so a recorder system
Yes, sir.
involved in that?
Yes,
Tell me
sir.
about that.
It was a Night Owl camera system, pretty normal. Night Owl's like the most popular wired camera system in the nation. It was an 8-channel recorder, but it only had 4 cameras active on it, the 4 that we discussed prior. And it was in the cabinet below the television monitor. These are hardwired cameras, they're not wireless, so the wires ran to the back of the DVR, and you had one cable that ran from the DVR to the monitor. So you could live view on the monitor, but the DVR itself also recorded what the cameras captured.
Now, have you reviewed the recording from these cameras from this house?
I have, sir.
And tell me, how much of that have you reviewed?
As far as the incident date, I've reviewed the whole 24 hours. It started at midnight 01 on August 5th, 2019, and I ran until the camera was disconnected by law enforcement when it was seized from the residence, and I believe that was 9:30, 10 o'clock that evening.
Okay. Well, did you also review the back cameras as well?
I did, yes, sir.
And did you do anything to check and see if this recording was contemporaneous? In other words, could you tell by events that you knew or that you saw, could you match them up with the video that you're watching?
Yes, sir. The only variance was a small difference in time, which is to be expected. Your time versus my time versus the clock at dispatch. I want to say it was around 7-minute difference, but we could easily match up things that we knew to be true and accurate. For example, the arrival of Agent Hallie Godley that arrived, the first unit on scene.
All right,
We
let
could,
me stop you there.
sure.
I think we have to keep that. State's Exhibit, put it up, there we go. Nice job. State's Exhibit 5. Is that what you're talking about when you're talking about when Agent Godley came up to the scene?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, and so you can see this from the video, but at the same time, the fact,
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 5 is actually from this video, is it not?
That's correct. It's a still image taken from the video.
So that's a way for you to be able to tell what's happening in real time and that matches up with the video, is that correct?
That's correct.
What about the 911 call? Did you do the same thing with that?
We did, and just to further validate that the video we were looking at was from that particular day, in the picture in Exhibit 5 there, you can see Larry King on the telephone with 911. We have that recording, and we can hear the discussion that he's having back and forth with the telecommunications officer. And Agent Godley arrives on scene, and you can hear his interaction with Agent Godley over the telephone to 911. And so again, when you match all of those up, it's just telling us that the video was an accurate representation of what was going on that day.
Let me show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 40. Could you tell me what this is?
Yes, sir, it's a flash drive.
Do you know what specifically the flash drive is of?
The flash drive.
I know it's got some writings on the back.
Yep, that's my signature. I previously reviewed the video to ensure the flash drive shows the incident date, the camera footage from that incident date.
At this time, Your Honor, we move State's Exhibit 40 into evidence.
No objection. Submitted.
Now, let me ask you this. With State's Exhibit 40, did you also review the demonstrative that showed both the front camera and the back camera on the house?
I did, sir.
And is that accurate as to State's Exhibit 40?
It is. It's simply taking the image that you see here, which was the front-mounted camera that covers the front yard, and at some point in time, splitting the screen and showing the rear camera at the same rate, at the same time, on the same date, just so that you get a bird's eye view of front yard and backyard at the same time.
Great. Let me ask you one other thing, too. Could you tell if this was a motion-activated camera or if this was a continuing run camera?
So it is motion-activated. Close review of the DVR shows that it was still set to the default standard. When you buy a Night Owl system, it's automatically defaulted to motion-activated. You have to actually cut that off. But in this case, the DVR was set motion-activated on all 4 cameras with a 15-second pre-record and 30-second post-record per incident.
So this is recording pretty much in real time and everything except for when there's absolutely no motion whatsoever. Is that correct?
That's correct. It runs the whole time, but the only time we'll see video is when it is activated by motion, and you get that pre-stamp and post-stamp, and then if there's nothing else going on, it will actually stop. And that's why on occasion you'll see a 30-second jump or a 10-second jump in the time. It's because there was no video to record at that time because there was no event.
Now, you reviewed this, and you just testified, I think, from 12 o'clock the night before until this time. Is that correct?
From midnight on the 5th all the way up until the time that we took the video system down and cut the video off.
And was the video of the car during
Yes.
this time?
Yes.
And when was there any motion around that car? Excuse me, let me back up. When was the first time there was motion around that car?
Other than an occasional dog or cat in the early morning hours, the first activity was around 11:16, I think it was, 11:16 according to the camera time, and that was Rita and Larry exiting the residence with Christina and walking to the car.
And that is in the morning?
That is in the morning, 11:16 a.m. according to the timestamp on the camera.
Okay, but prior to that, there was no movement around that car?
Prior to that, the only thing, like I say, there's a dog sets it off, a cat sets it off, vehicles going up and down US 21 set it off. But as far as anything approaching or interacting or opening or tampering with the motor vehicle, no, sir.
And I'm assuming when the videotape, you can see that?
You can, sir.
At this time, we would introduce, and in fact, what we're going to do is we have the full video. Again, as he has described, there's a section in it when the back becomes relevant as well, and we have superimposed that. Other than that, it's accurate to the what's the State's Exhibit 40. And so at this time, we would like to publish this to the jury.
It's in evidence. You can publish it, but as you cue that up, we're going to take a break and give you all about 5 to 10 minutes. Because when you come back, it's going to run for a while, so we'll give you a break before we start. So please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. see, how many hours is this video?
It's 4 hours and 14 minutes, and obviously with motion activated, you cut out a good bit, so it actually is covering about 6 hours, but the video itself is 4 hours and 14 minutes.
That's right.
You want me to tell them that?
Sir?
You want me to tell them that?
I think, out of respect to them, probably. I mean, in case they are waiting on the next break and they have some way to signal or something, I don't know. But it's.
You can take a break in here somewhere.
Yes, sir.
I'll just give an update on the schedule and everything.
Yes, sir.
I think we'll do this, then maybe start at 8
Yes, sir.
tomorrow morning, run to 12, then check out
Yes, sir.
to Friday.
I think we should get most of everybody done. Do you, just for scheduling purposes, Your Honor, I'll make it work however you tell me to. But from a scheduling standpoint, would you run the whole video tonight, which would probably put us, I guess, at 7:30, 7:45, or would you want to break it and do some tomorrow? I think either way, we could get our witnesses done by noon tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we'll see, we'll try to
Yes, sir.
deal with it. Yes, sir.
Coordinating, obviously, if we're presenting a defense case, if they're done by noon tomorrow, I just want to make sure, go ahead and ready to have everybody for tomorrow, have that defense case for Friday.
Yeah, stand by.
Understood.
Not everyone, but someone. Early again on Friday, we'll talk about that tomorrow. But that's where we're going to go for a while. If anyone needs to make a phone call, we'll take a break at some point for you to be able to do that. We're done with that. Yeah, we're done. Next witness. Yes, sir.
It's the same witness, Your Honor.
All right, next evidence.
Your Honor, just briefly, as we're running here, if I could ask the witness, can you tell us where the time and everything is on this?
Yes, sir. Upper right-hand corner of the screen, you'll see 8-05-2019 for August 5th, 2019, and your time is to the right of that, and it's 11 o'clock as it just turned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And if any time during this video someone needs a break, you get up and start walking, and we'll stop the video.
Wait a minute, are they looking at the video and we can't see it? They look like they're looking at the video. Yeah, everybody looking. Everybody can see but us? What is this crap? Oh, that's some bull jive. We don't get to see the video? Yeah, everybody look like they're watching TV. Everybody watching TV but us. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, let me see. Because that's like the end of the court date for 2. So wait a minute, let me see. Don't worry, I'm still here. I'm still here. Y'all know I don't know how to work nothing. I'm just trying stuff out on here. So that's our background. Let me see if I can find this video. That's it. Yeah, that was all of one. Like, yeah, and they didn't show us no video. So let me see if I can find the other one for us.
Period of time.
So it looked like different networks must have called different views or something. So I don't know. We on Law and Crime. So we'll see. I'm assuming there's no sound with this. And I mean, the sun is like directly beaming. Yeah, there is no sound. I don't think it's no sound with this video, at least from what I can gather. That's why I got it panned at a fast speed. It's just really like watching the car. Y'all, okay, wait a minute. Here go them. Wait a minute. Oh, there they go. Yeah, so they don't have no sound to the video. It's probably, one of those cameras that don't pick up the sound. His pants and stuff falling down. So I wonder, is she in the car at this point in time, guys? Because they don't have anybody narrating. I don't know. It looked like they just pulled up, to be honest. Like, I can't. Yeah, it looked like they just pulled up because that was the first portion that I seen them in. And you're going to see them. I guess they're going to be out here all this time, you see? Yes, I'm assuming all this time she in the car. It just kind of sucks because they don't have no sound to it. I can't believe they made the jury listen to this. I would not want to watch this. None of the windows are down. We need some Jeopardy music or something. Do anybody know when the 911 call was placed? Yeah, so basically, I'm assuming that she must be in the car all this time. So they was saying he threw her in the car drunkie? It's just so hard to comprehend. I don't know what they're doing. Okay, so they go in the house. They look like they arguing. Okay, she check. Oh, she can't open the doors. So they did accidentally lock them, and this is at 15:03. So they trying to get away in the car. Why wouldn't they bust the window? Sunroof is kind of cracked. So this must be a different view, y'all, right here. Okay, now it is 15:12. They back up front. I guess you checking the doors again. I don't know what he trying to do. Maybe he trying to break open the window? She probably the reason. They probably the reason why they now got an alert in the newer cars. They be like, check your back seat when you get out your car. I'm assuming because a lot of kids were getting left in cars, so now it like alerts you. Okay, so he trying to get in the car. And she just leaning against the car like she don't have a care in the world. Y'all see how she leaning against the car? She don't have a care in the world. I mean, he looked like he working hard, like he really trying. Like, I don't know what she doing. So they just go back and sit down? So he gonna sit on the swing? They just swinging and she just sitting there? What is going on? What the? Nobody calling 911? Nothing? We just about to have us a nice summer swing? So now it is 15:25. So she checked the doors at 15:03. So it's been about 23 minutes that has elapsed, and they both just swinging on the porch. $15.27, still on the swing. $15.30, still on the swing. $15.31, still on the swing. $15.32, on the swing. Then they go in the house. This must be the backyard, I'm thinking. It's 15:35. Okay, she in the truck or whatever they in. They in some vehicle. It has now 15:41. Remember, she noticed that the doors was locked at 15:03. I don't even understand, what are they doing? Cause he looked like he in this other car. Oh, is that what he said? He was too high, that he couldn't remember what was going on? I just put the chat down for a minute so y'all can see that.
pushing it, it doesn't flash. I think in a few moments, once we get about 30 minutes into this, when they actually get the key to get the keys locked out of the car. It flashes once when you're locking the car. It flashes twice when you're unlocking it. I get that right? Or am I reversing? Okay. However, if the car is on, it doesn't flash at all. So we know for a fact when they're getting the keys out of the car that the key fob, when he's pushing it, doesn't flash. I think that's proper information. It's not a scientific test.
Okay, so they must have paused the video and then they go back to it. So we at 16:15. Oh my Lord. They about to come back in the view in a minute. I just seen like a car just kind of like pull up. I'm assuming that's them coming back with the key. Okay, there they go. They back. 16:40. So the car was running, but the air wasn't on? Is that what I'm understanding? So they just sitting in the car, they chilling. Okay, they finally get out. I thought I went to go get some keys. Okay, I see something unlocked because I just seen them flashing. Okay. So ain't nobody gonna open the door? Why they keep hitting the flasher? So we know they got keys at this point in time, at least. Oh, and they want to hug and kiss and all this stuff, right? What the fuck? What is going on? Oh my gosh. They have not checked on her. I'm so sick of watching him grab himself. Like, all he doing is sitting up in this video grabbing himself. If somebody don't tell him to go somewhere with that, he been grabbing himself the whole video, and I wish he would get on a shirt. Oh my goodness. They have not checked on her. Okay, there she go. It's 16:52. Okay, she back at the car, 16:55. I don't know. This just look like some stupid shit to me. Like I can't even understand what's going. I can't even understand. Like did she not think like to open up the doors? Not once. Now that we got the key, we didn't hit the little clicky click. Well, she looking in the window. Why they trying to act like these doors locked again? Okay, he must be calling 911 now. Why are they trying to act like the doors locked when we seen the flashers, the yellow flashers right here go off? Like that means somebody got a key or alarm or something when you see that go off. Oh, they want to rock the car. What? The flashers is going off like something is like the car is working like you got a key. And look at her. I don't know if this is getting close to the time where they pulling her out, because they're not showing us the screen.
Lights are flashing.
Yeah, them flashing lights.
You can see the lights flashing there. So obviously, the key fob is working, the vehicle is receiving a signal from the key fob. And I am not an expert, but I can tell you that I can replicate a standard. And when we put that vehicle inside the processing bay and we attempted to replicate that, you cannot get the vehicle to flash the park lights if the vehicle's running. End of story. We also then contacted Volkswagen. Okay. We did over and over and over again.
She had the key fob right there in her hands.
From that key fob, the vehicle is not running. And I mean, it can't even be just the ACC. In other words, if you get in and start the ACC, right, it can't be activated at all, or it will not flash those lights.
I have no further questions.
Yeah, the car was off.
Solely based on what we did in this case. I do know that Volkswagen typically does not work if it is over and over and over again. We did. That's correct, sir. I am not an expert, no, sir. I was unable to replicate what we saw in the video.
I know you're not an expert, but if you want to take an automobile, just park it in my son, working air conditioning, keep going. Let it sit there for 2 hours, you know if that has any effect on the air conditioning system?
Do I know if it has any effect on the air conditioning system?
Yeah, you know if there's a sensor that can measure the overheat takes on just the AC.
No, sir, I couldn't tell you.
You don't know where that
No,
is.
sir, I don't.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Phyllis.
As far as the court is concerned, you wrote any reports, documented anything to your testimony?
Yes, sir.
And that was documented, that's what you did regarding the testimony about the
The key fob stuff that we just talked about, it's been documented. We also,
You wrote a report?
it's been documented, yes, sir.
You wrote a report?
How many times do I need to answer? I'm not sure.
Okay, so your position, you wrote a report?
I wrote notes. I know that it has been done on video, that we took a video. I know that I did it again this morning to verify. I met with the solicitor again this morning. Do you have a written report? I don't know what all the reports are that you have. Have I documented this? Yes, I have.
And you gave those notes to the solicitor's office?
Everything that we have should have been submitted. That is correct.
So I don't have the notes, this is what they're saying.
Okay.
So with that being said, that's why I asked the question, because I don't have.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Now, let's be direct. I know you're not a mechanic, but you just kind of went through this.
Sure.
Code Defense Counsel. I think you're at least somewhat aware of vehicles and how they operate.
Yes, sir.
If a car idles for hours on end, and I think if someone has basic common car knowledge, it idles hours on end with the air conditioner on, a sensor can pop with the air conditioning compressor and cause the cold air to stop coming out. That happens. You don't dispute that. That is a phenomenon that happens if a car idles for a long time. It overheats.
Are you asking me if I agree with that?
No, then a car overheats when it idles for hours on end with the air conditioner running.
Is it plausible? Can it happen? I would assume anything can happen. Does my vehicle overheat when it runs all that time? No, sir, it doesn't.
So you do know. I guess your point is that you.
I can't be an expert in that because I don't know. You're asking me, is it plausible that any vehicle, a random vehicle, could run for that long and something could happen? Absolutely. It's the South. It's hot.
Right.
Absolutely.
My main issue is that you said that the air conditioner works, and nobody's saying that the air conditioner's broken.
No, sir.
Okay. That's
Totally agree with you on that part, that it is plausible that a vehicle could do what you said in the South. Absolutely. After running for hours. Sure.
When you recreated, you said there is no way, in any way, shape, or form, that those lights will blink on that car.
I simply cannot get that vehicle to replicate what we saw in that video with the flashing of the lights upon lock and unlock if the vehicle's running. Whether it's running actually fired up and started or whether you just push the ACC, it will not, no matter what I do, it will not do it.
A moment, Your Honor. You said there's videos of this?
Yes, we took a video of it.
Anything further?
Just when you said, it does flash when the car's off, it's not when it's on, is that what you're saying?
That's correct. If the car is powered off, it will do a double flash for unlock and a single flash for lock.
Yes.
Listen, it sounds like you tried to third kind of lock in place and had default, you were able to consistently lock and unlock the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
You described what I did, consistently lock and unlock the vehicle, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Every big father didn't have a fuse to unlock it, so some way we weren't able to unlock it with default.
No, sir, not. Ask your question. I want to make sure I answer exactly what you're asking.
Did you ever unlock in your experience, the vehicle with default, the system? Did it work?
It worked. Yes, it did work. We have not had any problems locking or unlocking remotely with the key fob.
And you described, when we were watching this video, that they were hitting the key fob and door unlocked.
No, what I was saying was you can tell by the double flash followed by a single that the unlock button had been hit and the lock button had been hit. I don't know if the locks were actually working at that point in time. The only thing I can say is that it would not flash like that if the vehicle was running.
It wouldn't flash like that if you successfully locked and unlocked. You don't know what happened. You weren't able to unlock it because you didn't have that serious.
And that is plausible, yes. Yes.
So it's not unlocking and unlocking. You don't know what's.
I cannot, could not.
Anything further?
Just from the context, obviously, getting involved in this case and doing the video, that first phone call, Mr. King's on, that's a
I believe from his statement to us, yes, he was on the phone with, I want to say he did a locksmith and a friend trying to figure out how to get into the vehicle.
Also, the locksmith, and tell him how to pop off the side of the vehicle, get into the car, turn the handle, and then the second phone call, he wants to go to 911.
Yes, sir, that is correct. As soon as he gets in the vehicle, he dials 911. There's no hesitation as far as him dialing 911.
I just want to make sure that's
That's correct.
You may step down.
Thank you.
They didn't show us that part, you know, when he actually got in the vehicle, I guess,
Ladies and gentlemen.
in regards to the baby. Okay, so that's day 1. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna get up our day 2. Give me 1 second here. Wow. I can't believe those doors, the car, if it was running, the lock and unlock, it would have no reason to flash. So even if the car was running at some point in time, it was no longer running. And they had access to the car, is what I don't understand. Like, they had access to the car. So hold on, I'm getting day 2 up. Remember, this is a quickie for us, guys. I want to say it's a 2-day trial, including the verdict. Okay, day 2.
Are we ready? Hey, mate, Frank Jury. It's amazing to have everyone here, but you're probably the early birds in this part of the state.
My name.
Is that all? Sometimes we haven't been all.
Is that better? Is that better? Better? Yes. My name is Demetra, Demetra, Garvin, Gar, V as in Victor, IN as in Nick, and I'm commonly known as Dr. Demi Garvin.
Dr. Garvin, what do you do, ma'am?
I'm currently the Director of Forensic Sciences for Forensic Science Network, which is a privately held company that provides drug testing, forensic testing services, support services, as well as training, quality assurance audits for coroners, pathologists, law enforcement community, attorneys, and healthcare providers.
Yeah, as a doctor, what do you do a doctorate exactly?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Furman University in biology, and I have a doctorate in clinical pharmacy from the University of South Carolina College of Pharmacy in Columbia.
How long have you, and as a doctor now, what toxicology, how long have you been doing this in particular?
So I was for 16 years a staff toxicologist and training coordinator at the State Law Enforcement Division, better known as SLED, in Columbia. In 2000, after 16 years at SLED, I went over to the Richland County Sheriff's Department in Columbia and helped Sheriff Lott establish a full-service forensic laboratory with multiple disciplines, crime scene latent prints, DNA, firearms, evidence of property, drug chemistry. I think I have named them all. And was there as the laboratory director for 15 years. Subsequent to that, in 2016, I retired from government service and went full force into the consulting and training.
And that's been how long have you been doing that?
Oh, almost 20 years, actually.
I'm trying to calculate, how many years is that in the field of toxicology?
Toxicology and drug chemistry, this will be my 38th year.
And have you been qualified in court before? And I guess the expertise would be toxicology and chemical. What do you say better than I did?
There are actually 3 areas, forensic toxicology, I'm a board-certified forensic toxicologist, drug chemistry, forensic drug chemistry, which is the analysis of what we refer to as pills, powders, potions, paraphernalia, and plant material, the 5 Ps, and I'm also a registered pharmacist here in the state of South Carolina.
And as an expert, you testified in pretty much all those fields?
Yes, sir.
And how many times have you been qualified in courts in South Carolina as an expert?
Been qualified in South Carolina and beyond over 250 times, all court settings excepting international.
So from the standpoint of expertise in toxicology and forensic chemistry?
Drug chemistry, yes, sir.
Drug chemistry. Your Honor, this time we offer Dr. Demi Garvin as an expert in those fields.
Says the defense.
She's an expert, Your Honor. No objection, qualification, renew objections regarding the testimony.
She is so qualified.
All right, now, Dr. Garvin, as an expert, I know you have reviewed the entire file. At one time, you actually started a while ago on the decedent, Christina Pangalangan. Is that correct? You actually did some work on her originally?
Yes, sir. As part of the Forensic Science Network, myself specifically, we provide consultative support, toxicology and drug chemistry support to the Colleton County Coroner's Office. And in this particular case, the coroner engaged with me to assist him in helping the Medical University of South Carolina pathologist of record to identify the proper testing, toxicology testing on the specimens collected from autopsy to ensure that comprehensive testing was performed under the circumstances of the case as they were known at that time, and then to provide a narrative summary of the results when the analysis was completed.
Have you reviewed all of the test results in this case, including the test results from Rita Pangalangan as well as Larry King?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me start first with, and we had testimony of this yesterday, but I want to make sure we get the number right. First of all, let's start with Rita Pangalangan. What were the results of her toxicology screen?
Yes, sir. Proceed.
Go ahead.
So I'll provide the pertinent positives. The blood sample collected from Ms. Pangalangan, I believe, was positive for methamphetamine.
All right, I'm just going to put meth because I'm not sure I can get the full spelling on that.
At a concentration of 400 nanograms per milliliter, with a corresponding amphetamine concentration of 160 nanograms per ml.
Now, I do not know what nanograms per milliliter mean. So can you kind of tell me what that means or any significance to that?
So generally speaking, when we're dealing with drug concentrations in a biological sample, in this case a blood sample, there is a unit of measure associated with that drug. And that can vary broadly depending on the drug in question. So if you think about when your height or your weight is obtained, we don't just put 150. There has to be some unit of measure after that to put it into context, 150 pounds, 150 ounces, whatever that might be. The same with our height. The same is true with a drug concentration. So nanograms per mil in this instance is a measure of this particular drug, how it would be reported on the toxicology report, nanograms per milliliter. So it's a unit of measure.
And you brought something up that I want to ask you about. You said ways of testing, and I think you made some kind of reference to blood tests. There are other ways of testing for method-assisted versus urine tests. Is that correct?
Yes, we can test for methamphetamine and its corresponding active breakdown product, which is the amphetamine that you see there. We can test for it in blood. We can test for it in urine, oral fluid, formerly known as saliva, tissue specimens, ocular fluid, any number of biological specimens.
What's the advantage of a blood test over, say, a urine test?
So, particularly in a living person, the blood test is a very good selection in terms of the specimen because it represents what is happening in real time, if you will, in association with that sample.
Okay. Let me go ahead and get down Larry King's results as well, if you could go to that, please.
Yes, sir. Again, the pertinent positives are methamphetamine at a concentration of 480 nanograms per milliliter, with a corresponding amphetamine concentration of 88 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay, and again, that was a blood test as well, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Dr. Harvey, what can you tell me from the standpoint of 400 nanograms or 480 nanograms per milliliter as to the influences that drug would have on the body?
So, first of all, just to contextualize the drug itself, methamphetamine is a very potent man-made central nervous system stimulant. So when we talk about stimulants, we're talking about a compound that increases our heart rate, our respiration, our temperature, our up to a certain point, potential cognitive ability, and other physiological and psychological functions. With increasing doses, the drug becomes those doses that are associated with misuse, abuse, and then above that towards toxicity and lethality. We see the potential for a cardiac event, sudden cardiac death, or central nervous system activity to the point of seizures and death potentially from that. The drug is used medicinally, so there are prescriptive reasons to be using methamphetamine. In this country, in the United States, specifically attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, otherwise known as ADHD. It has been used for weight loss, although that tends to be less so now because they're safer drugs for that purpose. And it's also used for a condition known as narcolepsy, which is essentially a condition in which the patient has difficulty staying awake and will actually spontaneously fall asleep with no warning. So it can be used for its stimulant effects in those instances medicinally.
All right, so let me back you up on this. You had three different levels. You had the first level, then you had the misuse level, and you had then the third, which was the potentially fatal level. Is that correct? I don't remember what you called the first level.
Therapeutic. Yes, because the drug is available medicinally.
Okay, so the first thing you're talking, okay. Therapeutic, and then misuse, I think is what you used?
Yes, sir, misuse, abuse.
And then fatal.
Potential fatality, yes, sir.
All right, from the standpoint of those three levels of the use of this drug, you're talking about from the standpoint of using it on a doctor's prescription, that type of thing. Are there certain levels at some point that you start looking at this to say, this level in the bloodstream would fall into this category and things like that?
Yes, there are benchmarks, if you will, or bright lines where we can put into context what we, in our opinion, based on education, training, experience, and the peer-reviewed literature, associate with those three different situations. So typically with therapeutic use of methamphetamine, we're expecting to see concentrations, again, and my comments are relegated completely to living individuals, not someone who is deceased. So in a living individual who's receiving the drug by prescription, legitimately, we are expecting to see concentrations around 50 nanograms per mil and less. So somewhere between 10 nanograms per mil and 50 nanograms per mil, typically. We might... Nanograms per milliliter, yes, sir. There might be, and there are going to be a few exceptions to that, depending on how the patient was dosed and what the condition is and their body habitus. But 50 nanograms, might even see some cases that approach 100 nanograms per mil, but generally less than that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Then, what gets us into that second category?
So, misuse, abuse of the drug, typically anything above 200 nanograms per mil is associated with misuse or abuse.
So I'm assuming that somebody even who's prescribed methamphetamine, they get it past 200, they're not doing it on the doctor's instructions, they're doing it on their own.
That's been my experience, yes, sir.
Okay. So that's anything north of 200 nanograms, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then when do we get into the fatal end of it?
So this is where overlap occurs. So above 200 nanograms per mil, when we say that we're in the misuse abuse range, we also begin to see, that doesn't mean that someone could not die from abuse of the drug. 300, 400, 600 nanograms per mil, upwards of 1,000, 2,000 nanograms per mil. We begin to get into dangerously high area for the potential for overdose. To put that into further context, I have cases personally that I've signed out with individuals who have died after having achieved 20,000 nanograms per mil. So there's a huge range. Even north of that, I think my personal experience has been a case where an individual succumbed at 38,000 nanograms per mil.
But the low end of that is, you've seen it at what, 300?
300 nanograms per mil, 400 nanograms per mil, 600 nanograms per mil.
By the way, just on an aside, is there a statewide prescription reporting system that you also have access to?
That's known as the Prescription Drug Monitoring Program here in South Carolina. It's a database for healthcare providers to access and enter information about a patient when they're receiving controlled substances. So the prescriber has access to that database, the pharmacist has access. In the state of South Carolina, because I don't have an active patient provider, even though I am a pharmacist, because I don't have an active patient provider relationship, that information is made known to me from an individual who does. So I personally did not access that report, but the information therein was provided to me.
But that information is stuff that you normally would use in your role as a toxicologist in making these, everything from expert determinations to analysis and things like that.
Yes, it certainly could be, yes.
You had any information concerning either Larry King or Rita Pangalangan in accordance with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that information?
So based on the information that was provided to me about the prescription drug monitoring report, there was no evidence that either individual had been prescribed a compound that was methamphetamine based. Or, pardon me.
Nanograms per milliliter, that's much higher than the doctor would prescribe anyway, is that correct?
Well, it's not a concentration. The concentration doesn't reflect prescribing, but neither one of those individuals had prescriptions for either a methamphetamine-based compound or an amphetamine-based compound.
So now you brought up another point on this then. From the 400 nanograms per milliliter, can you tell me, I mean, I guess from the standpoint of that doesn't necessarily mean they took a certain amount. They could have taken a lot to build up to that. How does that work exactly in the bloodstream?
So the concentrations that you see depicted here are a function of a number of factors. Certainly the drug that's administered, the dose, which we don't know, the time of the dose, which we don't know, whether or not it's a single dose or whether it's multiple doses, the individual's ability to metabolize or break down the drug, in this case from methamphetamine, which is the parent drug, to amphetamine, which is the metabolite, which is also active, which is the active form of the drug. This is our body's, the way that our body removes the parent drug and prepares it for elimination from the body.
At 400 or 480 nanograms, that fall into the misuse category, can you tell if those results, somebody with that in their bloodstream, which you testified is actually a very good way of testing, are they under the influence of meth?
So with methamphetamine, one can be actively under the influence. So what do we mean by that? Well, because it's a stimulant, we tend to see certain side effects or adverse effects when the drug is misused associated with it. First of all, the individual is misusing the drug to achieve a sense of euphoria and well-being, and that is created initially by its effect on neurotransmitters in our brain, certain neurotransmitters in our brain. So the individual wants to use the drug to achieve this sense of well-being, this sense of euphoria. They also are on the receiving end of the changes in blood pressure that I mentioned earlier, potentially changes in temperature, potential changes in heart rate, breathing. They become more excitable. They become more stimulated. That could be stimulated in terms of their motor function. It could be stimulated in terms of their sexual function. They may become more hypervigilant, which means they might be staying on a task more specifically, or obsessing about something in particular, a particular situation. They then, again, with increasing doses, that can proceed to more pronounced adverse effects, which could lead to cardiovascular collapse or to seizures in worst case scenario. Then there's a backside of the drug, which is when the individual is coming down from the drug. So there are effects when the blood concentration is rising and the individual is actively under the influence, and then there are also effects when the individual is coming down or is away from the drug, if you will. And that, if you think about it, it's sort of intuitive that those effects are kind of the opposite. So the person becomes fatigued. They may become depressed. They're looking for their next dose potentially because they want to feel good again. All right, based on the neurotransmitter release. So opposite effects. Typically, they may crash. That's actually referred to as crash, where they sleep, where they may have been up for days or hours during active use. Now, coming down off the drug, they may sleep for days, hours or days.
So the influence is actually going to be spanned over not just when they're taking it, but also after they take it.
Yes,
not
correct.
Just right immediately afterwards.
Yeah, the entire continuum of their relationship with that drug. Yes, sir.
At 400 nanograms per milliliter, at 480 nanograms per milliliter, what would you expect to see as the side effects of that, or the effects of that on somebody?
Well, it's difficult to say. It could be either situation. It could be the individual, because we don't know the time of last dose. It could be the individual actively under the influence, so they're stimulated, they're hypervigilant. Again, some of those effects that I mentioned earlier, increased libido, obsession, euphoria. They may feel excessive strength in some instances, risk-taking behavior. And then if they're coming down, which that concentration could also reflect, they're exhausted, they're sleeping, fatigued, irritable. So methamphetamine does affect our cognitive ability in misused, well, let me start with therapeutic doses. So one of the reasons that it's given for ADHD, attention hyperactivity disorder, is because in certain populations who have been diagnosed with that condition, the drug helps that individual to stay on task, to stay on focus. But the drug dosing associated with that condition is low. 2.5 milligrams, 5 milligrams, 10 milligrams, perhaps up to 30 milligrams a day, depending on whether we're treating an adult or a child, a young person. Misuse, we're talking about doses of up to 1,000 milligrams a day. So much, much higher doses of the drug. And with binging, which is repeated dosing, multiple times over a short period of time or over several days perhaps, individuals have been documented to self-administer up to 5,000 milligrams a day. So very, very large doses of the drug. So our cognitive function consists of our ability to reason, to make good decisions, decision making.
I think the question is unclear. Well, just a moment. Your objection is the question is unclear?
Yes, sir.
All right.
The answer is vague. I mean,
Well, just a moment. Give me a legal basis for your objection only.
There's not a foundation for this testimony.
Let's listen.
She's an expert in this field, and I've asked her a clear enough question that she is having trouble answering.
There's no testimony before the court of anybody having up to 5,000 milligrams. If you restrict it to the 400 or 410, I think the question is approved.
Objection's overruled.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Could you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
I don't know if I can remember it. At the levels of 400 and 480 nanograms, and in the misuse category, which is you got is basically 200 plus is in the misuse category. So let's talk about the misuse category. What would you expect of people to act like in that category over 200 from the standpoint of cognitive skills, motor skills, libido, that type of thing?
So it's difficult to ascribe specific effects with a specific concentration. We can talk in general terms based on what we know with regard to the published literature. And without knowing whether the individual is actually actively under the influence here or coming down off the drug, being separated from the drug prior to perhaps the next dose, there could be effects on cognitive function of decreased judgment, decreased critical thinking skills, decision making. Those would be effects that we would see.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
So decision making, judgment, critical thinking. Part of critical thinking would be lessened ability to recognize the consequences of our actions. Well, that's not cognitive ability, right?
That's not cognitive. Okay, that's just cognitive.
It's more,
Okay, what else? Other than cognitive, what else are we dealing with?
actively under the influence, euphoria early on, stimulation, perhaps feeling of increased strength,
Okay.
possible increased libido.
That's basically sex drive, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you're using the term influence. Obviously, I know what you mean when you're saying the actively using it as opposed to still being there. But if you have 400 nanograms per milliliter in your blood, or 480 nanograms per milliliter in your blood, is that affecting the person that has it in their blood at that time? You mentioned earlier contemporaneous and that type of thing. Can that tell us anything?
It would be my opinion that it would be impairing the individual. Yes, either by virtue of being actively under the influence of the drug as a central nervous system stimulant, as I've described here, or on the backside coming down off the drug. That's commonly referred to as tweaking, and where the person's it's been some period of time since their last dose, and they're either actively seeking another dose or have been removed from the ability to obtain another dose.
Either way, it's affecting them.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions this time, Aaron. Thank you.
Mr. Lloyd?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I'm sorry, I was listening, but I didn't catch your name. Your last name?
Demi Garvin. Garvin, Garvin.
First, I know that the solicitor was taking care of the note the comments of your answer. And I understood your therapeutic zone could be 10 to 50 or even as high as 100, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I see you didn't put that up there, but 100 would still be within the therapeutic range, is that correct?
We see some individuals, yes, it's typically less than 100 nanograms per mil for therapeutic dosing.
And I was listening to your credentials also. It sounds like you can testify to us about all sorts of substances, with expertise in all sorts of substances. I assume that would include alcohol also, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there a tolerance to certain substances within your field? Is that a term you all use, tolerance, substance, or drug tolerance?
There is such a thing as tolerance, yes, in association with alcohol and other drugs. Yes, sir.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means.
So, well, there are different types of tolerance, but the tolerance that people are most commonly aware of is the condition where repeated dosing of a particular drug, to include alcohol, but methamphetamine is another compound where this could occur. The same dose given with repetition, that individual becomes less responsive to it, necessitating a higher dose the next time. Probably the most classic compound that that type of tolerance occurs with is alcohol, where one dose of alcohol, one alcoholic beverage, the individual starts to ingest that, and over time, if they continue to use alcohol, they need more of an alcoholic dose or more drinks to achieve the same effect that they're looking for.
So, a young person who's never, or an adult person who's never consumed alcohol and drinks alcohol might become intoxicated at a very low level in their bloodstream, is that correct?
Yes.
Whereas a person, if you will, I don't know what the better term is, a more experienced drinker might be able to consume several times that amount of alcohol and at least show very little effect. Is that correct also?
Yes, individuals who are chronic, with regard to alcohol, and individuals who are chronic alcohol users, they develop functioning at higher concentrations, so it's more difficult to ascertain their impairment. They're still impaired from ethanol, but it's more difficult to discern it without objective criteria to do that, particularly objective testing.
And the same applies to other substances too, does it not, generally speaking?
Correct.
And we talked about y'all talked about the ranges up to a deadly range, and I noticed that you said that you have seen, either personally or in the literature, blood alcohol that was up to 20,000 or 38,000 even nanograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
Not blood alcohol, methamphetamine concentrations.
I'm sorry, I was didn't make that. I'll come back to talk now. As far as methamphetamine goes, you said you have seen it up to that level in various individuals, either personally or in the literature. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And could we assume that, or would it be fair to say that those people must have been chronic users and built a tolerance to the substance, not to have died earlier in the range? Somebody who's never used methamphetamine is even more at risk at 1,000 milligrams or nanograms per milliliter than a person who has used it regularly?
There are a lot of variables that go into that. Broadly, yes. And just for the record, the individuals who were in the, I'm personally not familiar in my role with any individual who's come into my work practice environment for review who was alive above 3,000 nanograms per mil. All those individuals were deceased. But as a general rule, an individual at 1,000 nanograms per mil would theoretically be at higher risk, but there are other factors. I have seen individuals who are chronic methamphetamine users who are deceased at 1,000 nanograms per mil. There's overlap.
And you talked about affecting cognitive abilities, and I noticed that you were careful to couch your answers in possibilities. It could do this or it could do that, and that would vary from circumstance to circumstance and individual to individual. Is that correct?
To a certain extent, the point that I was trying to make there was that we can't look at a specific drug and concentration and say at that concentration of that drug the individual is going to behave this way. That is much too dogmatic. You're welcome.
Good morning, Ms. Carter.
Good morning.
Just make sure we're on the same page. As far as timing your testimony, you wouldn't know whether someone had ingested meth, say potentially up to 3 days prior to that, based on their ability to metabolize. Is that fair to say? If they can test positive and have methamphetamine in their blood when they've ingested it up to several days before, I think generally 3 days. Is that fair to say?
What biological matrix are we talking about?
I'm not a scientist. I'm asking, people who test positive for methamphetamine, that's generally a window of 3 days.
What specimen are we talking about?
Just
I need
saying,
to know the specimen. In the blood?
Generally.
That's conceivable. Yes, it's possible.
Okay. When you say conceivable, the answer is yes.
It's possible.
Okay. And you can't tell how it affects a person specifically because you said you don't, there's too many variables in terms of how it metabolizes and tolerance and everything in between, correct?
No, that's not exactly what I said.
Okay. I mean, we can clear it up.
So it would be my opinion that the misuse of methamphetamine is associated with broadly one of two scenarios. Either the individual is actively under the influence on or about the time of the incident at hand, or they are coming down off of the drug in wait for their next dose. So tweaking, impairment on the back. There's impairment on the front side, and there's impairment on the back side.
And you can't tell which one.
I cannot tell from the concentration where that individual is without more information.
That's right. You wouldn't be able to tell if it was ingested up to 3 days prior.
I would not be able to tell that from the toxicology note.
Thank you.
Just briefly, but regardless of when the ingestion was, at 400 and 480 nanograms per milliliter, they are, as you put it, impaired either whether they're going up or coming down.
In my opinion, yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Talis?
Let me step down.
My name is Nicholas Ike Batalis, B-A-T-A-L-I-S.
Your middle name is Ike?
Yes.
No, that's my father's name, my son's name. I didn't know that. Dr. Talis, what do you do, sir?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And what exactly is a forensic pathologist?
So forensic pathology is a subspecialty, a practice of medicine, a subspecialty that focuses on the medical legal aspects of medicine, predominantly performing autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death.
And how long have you been doing that?
I've been employed in my current position for approximately 15 years.
And what did you do prior to that?
I started my training attaining my undergraduate degree in biology at Butler University in Indianapolis, Indiana. I then went on to complete medical school at Indiana University School of Medicine, also in Indianapolis. After completing medical school, I moved to Charleston to the Medical University of South Carolina, where I completed a 4-year training program in general pathology. So general pathology is a field of medicine that deals with the diagnosis of disease. So if you were to have a tumor cut out or a biopsy performed, the pathologist would be the one to look at that and determine whether it's cancer or an infection and that type of stuff. A pathologist would also oversee a clinical laboratory. So if you have any blood work done, a pathologist would oversee the lab that's performing that sort of work. So after completing that 4-year training program in general pathology, I passed an examination to become nationally certified in pathology. I then went on to a 1-year specialty training program, and specifically regarding forensic pathology at the Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office in Dallas, Texas, where we spent that 1 year just focused on forensic pathology. Again, at the end of that year, passed a national examination to become board certified in forensic pathology, and at that point, I then took my current position.
So as a board certified forensic pathologist, have you testified in court as an expert in that field?
I have. It's over 100 times now in South Carolina, and I believe twice in Texas and twice in North Carolina.
Your Honor, this time we offer Dr. Nicholas Ike Batalis as an expert in forensic pathology.
Says the defense.
Sorry, no objection, Your Honor.
He is so qualified in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Batalis, I want to talk to you now about Rita Pangalangan. Did you perform the autopsy on this individual?
Yes, I did, on August 7th of 2019.
Can you tell me about, from the standpoint of what do you know about the scene?
Sure. So just a little bit of background. So at MUSC in Charleston, we perform autopsies for a number of counties across the state as needed by the coroners. So what the information provided to us in this case was what the decedent was a 13-year-old individual who was found unresponsive after being placed in a vehicle for several hours during a warm day.
Did you receive information that assisted you in what her body temperature was at the time of the scene?
Yes, the coroner in this case reported that the body temperature at the when he examined the body was 109.9, which I believe was the maximum amount that that thermometer would read.
How is 109.9 relevant to you in your determination?
When we're determining a cause of death, we have to determine a number of different factors, and certainly in a case like this, if we're considering whether the heat played a role, hypothermia, we want to have some indication of what the body temperature was. At a fatal body temperature, the body will start to shut down around 105 to 106 degrees. So certainly having the information that at the scene the body was at least 109, 110 degrees would indicate there was evidence of severe hyperthermia.
And the body starts shutting down. I know normal body temperature is what?
There's going to be a range. I mean, the most classical quoted would be 98.6. Some people would be 98. Some people may be in the 99 area, but somewhere just south of 100.
And so when does the body shut down, start shutting down?
About 105 or so. With heavy exercise, the weather we've been dealing with is not uncommon. People have fevers at times to get up to 102, 103, 104, but there seems to be a critical line somewhere around 105, 106 where the body will start to shut down.
Now, when we say the body is shutting down, exactly from your standpoint, what does that mean?
Again, our bodies are really designed to really function within a certain temperature range, and so all of our organs will eventually shut down if we are too cold or if we're too hot. Regarding the most immediate threats with heat would be the effect on the brain. So if the brain gets out of its normal temperature range, it's not going to be able to function very well. And again, our brains are a driving force that's going to drive our other organs, signaling those to function and that sort of thing.
In this particular case, I know you were called upon to develop a manner of death as well as cause of death. What is the difference between those two things?
Sure. So a cause of death is, simply put, how the person died. So, for example, a gunshot wound or a heart attack. The manner of death would be how that cause of death came about. So to use a gunshot, for example, I'll step back for a second. For manner of death, we have 5 choices, essentially. We have homicide, which would be the death at the hands of another individual. We have a suicide, which would be somebody intentionally taking their own life. Accident, which is fairly self-explanatory, where the death is due to some sort of unpredictable measure. Natural, death due to natural disease or the aging process, or undetermined, where we can't figure it out. So a gunshot wound, for example, it could be a homicide. If you were to shoot somebody that, if you were to shoot someone else, if you were to shoot yourself, that could be a suicide. If you're out hunting with some friends and there's an unfortunate circumstance, it could be an accident. So a single cause of death could have multiple manners of death depending on the situation.
Objection is to what I think is coming next, to the ultimate issue.
Tell me the objection again.
Well, I believe someone's testimony on the ultimate issue. Obviously, I know I can cross-examine, but my objection is to what I believe is the testimony.
I have to hear the question to be able to rule on an objection.
Sorry, he was called upon to determine manner of death and cause of death, and that's the normal pathology testimony under 703, and that's exactly what we're going to ask him, so that's the intent. So, from the standpoint of manner of death as well as cause of death, what were your determinations?
My determination for the cause of death in this case was hyperthermia due to neglect, and the manner of death was homicide.
Now, let me start with, if I could, did you, by the way, when you perform an autopsy, do you also do a chart sort of contemporaneous with your autopsy?
Yes, we have a body diagram that we'll use to take notes and note our findings during the course of the examination to help us with compiling our report.
Let me show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 24. Is this the chart that you created?
Is that in evidence or no?
No, sir.
Yes, this is a reproduction of the body diagram that we used as when we were examining the body and generating our report.
Okay, will that assist you in your testimony today?
Yes.
All right. And Your Honor, at this point, these are none of these writings up here. These are your writings.
These are a combination of my writings. I also performed this examination with what we call a fellow, so another pathologist who was in doing their fellowship training, their forensic pathology training, who I was overseeing. We did this case in concert, so some of the handwriting is hers, some is mine.
Okay, and all of that's under your supervision?
Yes, I was present for the entire examination.
At this time, Your Honor, we move State's Exhibit 24 in evidence.
Says the defense.
No objection, Your Honor. I don't have a problem with it as a demonstrative, but I do have an objection to its admissibility.
All right, response.
So he testified to that this is the chart that he created in his performance with the autopsy. These are notes that were taken by him and his team during his supervision. It's authentic. It is relevant. Your Honor, we move it into evidence.
Our position has no problem. You can stand right there and tell them all about it. They can see it. I just don't think it's proper as far as admissible it does. They can absolutely see it. You can tell them, and they can review it right there in front of them.
Okay, we'll rule later as to whether it goes to the jury room. It's admissible at this time for demonstrative purposes.
Yes, sir. Now, I want to make sure everybody can see it. Dr. Faust, I've now put this in a position where you can't see it. So let me ask you, if you can keep your voice up, but could you come down and describe to us what you have on this drawing?
Sure. So what we have here is a generic body diagram. At the top, there are just some general things that we're going to examine on every case. So when we're performing an autopsy, again, our goal is to determine the cause and manner of death. That being said, we start with an external examination where we examine the body from head to toe, essentially like a physical examination your physician would perform. So we're noting the height, weight, eye color, hair color, all those sorts of things. So those are noted up top. We then have a body diagram that we use to note any findings on the body. Again, it could be a scar, it could be a tattoo, or any sort of abnormal findings that we see during the course of the examination.
And what is the height weight on this, by the way?
This individual was 58 pounds and measured 56 inches in length. So I believe that'd be 4 foot, 8 inches approximately.
All right, and you studied the medical records on this individual as well, did you not?
I've read through the records that were provided to me.
Okay. And can you tell us from the standpoint, she suffered from cerebral palsy, is that correct?
Yes, that was part of her medical condition.
And so from that standpoint, does that have anything to do with that weight, or is that something that's standard for a 13-year-old?
No, this individual was certainly shorter than you would expect at this age, and definitely weighed much less than you would expect for a quote-unquote normal 13-year-old.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I believe that was true.
All right. So after you get the general information, then these other drawings on the body, what do these indicate?
Sure. So the main findings externally on this the deceased were these areas where we kind of have these kind of ragged outlines here. There's one on the right elbow. This would be the right side of the abdomen. You can see there's some on the right thigh, some on the left thigh. Also, there's some on the left knee, on the right back, left arm, right thigh. So these were areas of what we would call skin slippage. So the skin, essentially started to blister or pull away from the body. Some of these areas also had a really dry, yellow, orange, kind of leathery type of appearance. So certainly nothing we'd see on a normal examination.
So in the context of those two, you've got the skin slippage and blisters, you've got the leathery. What's the difference between the two?
So with skin slippage, we typically think that's part of the breakdown process of the body, what we call decomposition. So that's going to be determined based on how long the individual has been dead, but it's also really driven by the temperature. So when temperatures are high, decomposition is going to ensue much quicker than if the temperature is much lower. When we start to see the more leathery type of lesions, that tells us there was some sort of injury to the body, some sort of actually burn to the body. In this case, the reason it has more of a leathery appearance is because the body wasn't truly functioning well at that time. If somebody really has a burn, their heart is still beating, everything is vital, it's going to really have more of a reddish appearance, kind of more angry type of appearance. So when we see that leathery appearance, we know there's an injury to the body, but likely kind of during the dying process or even after death.
So what do those two tell you from the standpoint of the manner of death?
The fact that we have the blistering in the body, again, it attests that there was increased temperature for an individual that's been dead for a limited amount of time, number of hours. You would not expect to see the skin slippage and blistering in somebody who was found at ambient temperature like we are here today. That's something that would really take probably days to start developing that slippage. So the fact that we saw that skin slippage would indicate there was a higher temperature. And again, with the more leathery appearances, that's probably likely the body was in contact with something that again caused more of a surface reaction to the skin.
That's fine. Where are the exhibits? Sorry, excuse me. Don, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit, actually entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 3, and I'll put it up on the monitor. Is this what you're talking about? These are pictures that have been testified at the crime scene, Christina's leg. Is that what you're talking about with that? What can you tell me about those?
Yes, so may I have a pointer? I can see him, but is there kind of a pointer or?
I'll tell you what, why don't you come down and just keep your voice up where everybody can hear you, and we'll do it that way.
Thank you.
Can you stand here? Will that be all right?
Sure.
No, I want to get your way. Behind your way.
So this photograph here illustrates the kind of two different lesions that we're talking about. So up on the upper aspect of the left thigh here, you can see there's this kind of wrinkled, very thin appearance, kind of wispy appearance to the skin. That would be more that what I'm speaking of is skin slippage, so part of the breakdown process of the body. But in addition to just that, we can see here on the lower part of the left leg, we have this lesion where the skin is more ulcerated away. We can start seeing some areas on the knee, on the leg, that appear different than up here where we don't have that appearance to it. So again, to me, that would say these areas were likely in contact with something in the area that caused a direct burn or injury to the skin. And then we also have areas, again, that just show there's decomposition that's going on.
All right, and can you tell us anything as far as the timing on any of that? You mentioned earlier something about you wouldn't expect that in a quick, I'm not sure I want to mischaracterize it.
Could you repeat the question with respect to the timing of what?
Yeah, the timing of it. In other words, how long does it take for a body
The timing's going to be unpredictable because it's going to be heavily dependent on the temperature. So again, in a temperature like this in the courtroom, you would not expect to see these type of changes for, again, possibly a day or two. But if there is a very high temperature of the environment, you can see this within hours of the death.
And these other chart things that you noted too, do they kind of fall into that same category as well?
Yes, most of what's charted on is showing these different areas where we have these areas of these burn areas and the areas of the slippage. The other thing that's noted on the chart is that there were contractures of the knee, of the knees, and so that was more part of her developmental issue where the knees, because she was not able to walk around and use her legs like most folks, essentially the legs become more fixed. So that's one other thing that's noted on the diagram.
I'll let you get back to your stand. Any other determinations as far as the external part of the body?
I don't believe so. I believe those are the main findings, the different areas of the skin slippage, the burns, and then the contractures of the knees.
Now, let's go to, I'm trying to determine, let me stay on the list just briefly. Some of that is, can you tell us if some of that is caused internally as well as externally? In other words, is there a difference between the internal heat causing some of that damage versus the body coming in contact with another hot item and things like that? Is there any way to tell that from those images?
Yeah, if the body's just heated internally, you're not necessarily going to see external areas like we saw on the leg where we had where the skin was missing. We had that more kind of reddish yellow appearance. Again, if the body's just overheating, you can get some of the more skin slippage. Again, usually that's going to occur after you die. Again, when the body's just overheating, typically you're not going to have the changes in the skin. So what we saw again with the areas on the lower leg, that would have been more of a burn that was in contact with something. So something more from the outside than coming from inside.
Now let me talk about, if I could, your internal findings as far as proceedings are concerned. What were those?
Sure. So the major internal finding in this decedent was an abnormality in the brain that's called polymicrogyria. So our brain has multiple kind of folds to it, and polymicrogyria is a descriptive term. So poly means multiple, micro means small, and gyri are basically the grooves of our brain. So she had too many of these grooves that were very small. So the solicitor mentioned earlier that she had a diagnosis of cerebral palsy. So cerebral palsy can be an end condition from a number of things, but basically when the brain is starved of oxygen, while the baby is inside mom or after kind of immediately after birth. So it could be caused by a number of different things, prematurity and various diseases. In this case, the polymicrogyria was her kind of initiating condition. So she developed that while she was in utero or inside mom. That led to oxygen deficiency at birth, around the birth period, that led to the cerebral palsy. So certainly the examination, the brain was abnormal, as it did show that unique finding. Otherwise, most of the organs, again, all the organs, I should say, were well developed. There was no evidence of any severe natural disease of the heart, lungs, any of her other organs. The other notable finding we did see as part of our examination of the internal organs was that she did have gastric contents or vomit that was aspirated down into her airways and into her lungs.
All right, can you tell us if that took place while she was alive or after she was dead?
That would have occurred probably during the dying process. After her brain had started to dysfunction and shut down, some individuals lose bowel, bladder function. Another thing would be to start vomiting. And so in this case, she would have vomited during the dying process, regurgitated some of that into her lungs.
You're finding hyperthermia. Did I get that right?
Yes.
What exactly is hyperthermia?
Hyperthermia is a condition in which the body shuts down due to extreme heat.
And when, and I think you testified earlier that begins at somewhere between 105 and 106 degrees. Is that correct?
Certainly, anytime you're above, 101, you could be considered slightly hyperthermic, but when we consider a life-threatening condition, 105 to 106 would be considered a fatal temperature.
And her internal was 110?
At least 110, based on the thermometer reading.
The testimony previous in this courtroom is that the internal car temperature reached a maximum of 118 degrees and a heat index of 135 degrees. How long would it take somebody to die in that particular environment?
There's going to be some variability from individual to individual, but once the environment had reached that temperature, the individual would not live more than an hour.
I don't have any further questions. You answer any of the questions of defense, man.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm sorry, Doctor, what was your last name, sir?
Batalis.
Batalis. Dr. Batalis is a doctor of pathology. You're a medical doctor, correct?
Yes, I am.
And that's pretty much akin to being a scientist and work that you do. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, as a scientist here to testify, you don't really, in a colloquial
As a forensic pathologist, I view my role as being here to speak for those that aren't able to speak for themselves. So I'm here to explain the findings in this individual to show why they died.
So you're here to share with us the results of your scientific investigation or testing, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many times did you say that you've been qualified as an expert testifying for?
Somewhere over 100 times in South Carolina and a couple times in Texas and North Carolina.
We just talked about South Carolina. Were the 100 times that you've been qualified, were they in court of general sessions? I say court of general sessions, do you know what I mean?
Yes, they've all from there may have been one or two that were in federal court, but the vast majority were in general sessions court as we are here today.
And out of those 100 times that you've been qualified as an expert testified unbiased scientist, how many times have you been called to testify for the defense?
As part of my work as a forensic pathologist, there have been times when I've been subpoenaed by both sides, by the prosecution and defense, but again, the vast majority, if not every time when I've testified, it's been at the request of the solicitor.
So we've gone from the vast majority to every time. Every time you've been qualified to testify in court, you would testify for the state. Is that correct?
As I said, I believe so. There have been times where both sides had subpoenaed me, and again, since the prosecution goes first, I was called first by the solicitor, but had also been subpoenaed by the defense.
And for the last time, I'll just say my question. I don't want to know how many times you've been subpoenaed or who subpoenaed you. Certainly the times when everybody subpoenas every name in the file. But every time your name got called through the witness stand, it was because some prosecutor called you. Yes?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you talk about determining manner of death and cause of death. Is that right?
Yes.
And we talk about manner of death. I mean, I was trying to listen. I think you basically, I'm sorry, I'm going to talk about cause of death first. Cause of death is just a cold hard science test. Is that right? This person died of bleeding to death. This person died because he was shot in the head. This person succumbed to pneumonia. Is that correct?
Yes, the cause of death would be, simply put, the main reason, the condition that led to the death.
Sorry.
And as far as cause of death goes, would it be fair to say that most of the time, as a scientist, you could do this effectively in a vacuum? What I mean by that is a deceased person is brought in on the table or however that is that you deal with, and you're asked, determine how this person died, the cause of death. You don't really need a lot of other information to do that, do you?
We certainly do in some cases. The way I would relate that would be if you went to your physician and you just said, examine me. You're not likely to get as detailed an examination. You're not likely to get the entire truth, entire findings. Whereas if you would actually report what your conditions are, I have a headache, I have chest pain, the physicians will be able to focus their examination and tailor it as such. So there are some cases, if somebody's shot 15 times, I would agree.
I can talk loud, but do I need a mic? I will talk loud. And I'm sorry to interrupt you. We can go back to the beginning. I can rephrase my question if you need to, or you can pick up where you left off, sir.
I believe I can continue. So there are certain cases, if somebody is shot 10 or 15 times, the history is not going to be as important in that case. I'm going to understand except a very rare circumstance, an individual is not going to shoot themselves that many times. But there are a number of other deaths, I can't put a percentage on it, but a large amount of the cases we examine, the history that's provided to us, the circumstances of the death, the scene investigation are critical in us determining our cause and manner of death.
So, thank you. So if I understand correctly then, you may just be presented with a body that's discovered somewhere with no history whatsoever, dead on the table, and say, I have no idea why this person died, without someone else telling me or giving me more information. I can't say physically why this person is now dead.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Yes, sir. You seem to be telling me that despite the scientific training that you have, the experience that you have, being a medical doctor, specializing in autopsies, how many autopsies have you performed?
Somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 at this point.
Okay, 3,000 or 4,000 autopsies, that without someone else telling you how this person was killed or passed away, you can't scientifically look at them, perform your experiments, your autopsy, your testing, and say this person died of a heart attack, or this person died of pneumonia, or this person died of being shot. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
Explain to me.
There may be information provided from the scene that we're not able to determine through the course of examining the body that would be critical in determining the cause of death. Again, we can look at the body, we can look at toxicology, we can look at all sorts of different things as part of our examination that we're doing as part of the autopsy, but sometimes there are findings based on the history and circumstances that reveal the critical cause of death.
Thank you very much. Now, let me ask you about this case. You can look at the chart here if you need to when you know. If you were presented with what you were presented here, with the deceased child, you said, can you determine how this child died? And no one else gave you a sheet of paper with their opinions, their findings, their police reports, or et cetera. Would you look at this child and say, yes, you died of heat?
It's hard to imagine a hypothetical examination in which I would examine a body with no history whatsoever.
Well, let's take a moment and try to do that.
Okay, could you rephrase?
If you were presented with the corpse of this child and no other information, and said it's critically important that you look at this deceased person and tell us how they died, would you be unable to determine that they died from heat?
With no information based on the scene and circumstances and just examination of the body by itself.
Yes.
Is that your question?
Yes.
Is that including no history as far as how long the decedent had been dead before they were found? I've never experienced this in medicine where you're not provided any history, so it's hard to answer the question.
If you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question. I'll try one more time. This is assuming that you have never met this person, you have no paperwork in your hand, you've been beamed to another planet and presented with this child with nothing else and said, can you tell us what this person succumbed to? If you can't, you can't. If you can, you can.
So with no history whatsoever, examining this body, I would be concerned that there were the burn marks on the extremities that we've shown. Externally, that would definitely be a concern that there was some sort of, again, burn, some sort of environmental condition that could have contributed to the death. Examine the body internally, certainly the brain disorder, seeing that polymicrogyria would indicate that there was some natural disease that possibly could explain the death. But again, the circumstances would be critical in this case.
So yes or no?
I believe I explained myself as clearly as I possibly can.
Can you boil it down to a yes or no?
Can you ask again?
No, never mind. Thank you. Do you have any other causes of death that you can? You spoke about suicide or a homicide, and I think you referenced some natural cause of death. Do you ever have on your sheet? And I'm sorry, manner of death. Do you ever have on your sheet undetermined?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the ladies and gentlemen what that means.
So undetermined would be a manner of death where, simply put, after the end of the examination or autopsy, all the known facts of the scene, the circumstances, despite all that information we have, if we're not able to specifically determine which category, whether it's homicide, natural, accident, suicide, any of the other ones that we previously described, if we don't feel like we have enough information for that, some cases we will determine to be undetermined.
Okay. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like unless someone else gives you a bunch of information based on their experience or opinion, it's quite likely you can't determine the cause of death or manner of death. Is that correct?
I don't believe so regarding cause of death. Again, regarding this case, the circumstances that the scene was found in a vehicle with very hot temperatures, I don't need some expert to determine that. Again, that's an indicator that there is going to be hyperthermia, we have burns on the body. Cause of death, no. Manner of death is going to be more critical dependent on the information that's provided.
That's the answer I was trying to get. As far as cause of death, in the absence of any other information, you could determine that. Never mind. Thank you very much. So when you're going from an undetermined cause of death to saying a homicide, what you're doing is reviewing all the information that is provided to you and factoring that into your opinion and relying on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in this case, the information that was provided to you was provided to you by or from various agents of the state. Is that right?
Yes, the majority of it was provided by the coroner, and again, I did review some medical records. I don't know what provider, but there was some healthcare records from a hospital or medical provider.
Okay, but it came from the coroner or police officers, as far as that goes, or various other agents of the state. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how long did it take you to review the information that you had before you went in to do your autopsy?
I don't recall. It looks like 4 years. I don't recall exactly how long that would have been.
Generally speaking, you think an hour, 2 hours?
Sometimes it's a matter of minutes, sometimes it's a couple hours. I don't remember in this specific case.
Okay. So at the outside, a couple of hours.
Prior to the case, yes.
Okay. And you don't have some sort of a litmus test where you can run a graph or a test and it pops up homicide. I mean, this is your opinion based on the information you had received at the time that you did the autopsy. Is that correct?
Not only at the time of autopsy, but again, our reports are issued somewhere between usually weeks and sometimes months after we complete our examination, where we have all the information, including our autopsy findings and any other information outside the autopsy. So sometimes, again, it takes several weeks or months after the autopsy.
Well, what information did you receive after the autopsy in this case, sir?
I don't recall the specific timeline.
Did you receive any information? You can look at your notes, your report. Did you receive any information subsequent to the autopsy? Or did you do the autopsy, prepare your report, write your opinion down, and move on to your next case?
No, With this case, the initial ruling on regarding the death was that it was a pending cause of death and a pending manner of death. So again, after completion of the autopsy that day on August 7th, 2019, we were still considering. We wanted to see everything that was in play. We wanted to see the toxicology testing we'd ordered as part of the autopsy. We wanted to see the microscopic findings under the microscope and await any other investigative results. So it wasn't until everything else had come back. In this case, it looks like it was approximately a month to 6 weeks later before the ultimate ruling was determined.
Okay, so then your opinion as far as manner of death, which you said homicide, is malleable. I think I pronounced it correct. Do you understand my question?
I'd like you to rephrase, please.
Your opinion as far as cause of death is just what you described, an opinion. That is, if you receive more information today or next week, it's subject to change. Is that right?
Certainly. When we issue rulings, again, whether it's undetermined, homicide, suicide, these could always be altered later on if additional information comes out that we didn't have at the time we made that ruling.
And you had reviewed notes, I think you said, for anywhere from 5 minutes to 2 hours and performed your testing. And that's what your opinion is based upon, as well as the toxicology results or whatever you received. Is that right?
And a review of everything after the fact. Again, I reviewed, for minutes to hours before the case. Again, after I did the case, again, would have re-reviewed the records, discussed it in peer review with our division. So much more thought went into the case before the ruling was issued.
I think I understand. So if you were to sit through a week's worth of information and hear from various parties and all interested sides, as well as from law enforcement, et cetera, subject to cross-examination, and glean and gather more information and more perspective, your opinion might change. Is that right?
If I could rephrase, are you saying if I was provided additional information regarding the death, could my opinion change?
I'm saying if you had another week's worth of information hearing from all sides and all parties and all positions, is it possible your opinion might change?
Certainly. As part of my examination, I take into account any information provided to me in making my rulings.
Thank you. No more questions.
Mr. Phillips.
Good morning, Dr. Vitalis.
Good morning.
And I guess to be clear, we know each other.
Yes, we do.
We have worked together before.
Correct.
And I just want to say, I don't question your credibility at all. And I think based on your testimony, I can clarify that. I've called you as an expert witness before. You might not even remember, but I have.
I know I've done some consulting for you. I can't remember the exact testimony, but yes.
So I'm not questioning your credentials. I'm not questioning anything regarding your findings. And we don't dispute, from our side, can't speak for the other, we don't dispute how she died, the hyperthermia. It's a hot car. We don't dispute any of that.
Is that a question?
Getting there, Your Honor. And with that, when you find homicide, that's not the same as the legal definition of murder, because there's different type of defenses like accident or mistake or even involuntary manslaughter. There's different types of homicide. Is that right?
Correct. When we speak of homicide in a medical term, it's death due to the hands of another individual. So an example, a homicide, if there was somebody illegally shoots another individual, that would be a homicide. If somebody's being attacked and in self-defense, they would kill another individual, it would still be a homicide, whereas that may not be considered murder in a legal context.
Right. So the self-defense in the shooting example you just gave is not a murder because it was a self-defense situation, but you would still have homicide listed as a manner of death.
I would leave the murder determination up to the legal system, but yes, I would be speaking to the medical determination of homicide.
So your testimony today, your opinion testimony of homicide is not the legal definition of murder. That's what we're here for. That's what they're here for. Is that fair to say?
Correct. There's a difference between homicide and murder.
Right. Because the manner of homicide doesn't say whether it's a reckless homicide or involuntary manslaughter or any of that. It's just based on, from a scientific standpoint, a homicide.
Correct. When I say homicide, it means the death was due to the actions or the hands of another individual.
Right. And it doesn't deal with any potential defenses or the type of homicide it could be, like a reckless homicide.
I'm not aware of all the legal variations of homicide, so I think we're in agreement, but I'm specifically referring to the medical definition, which is my realm.
Right, because there's not an involuntary manslaughter selection for you, right?
Correct. When we go to fill out, there's either homicide or suicide, or we don't have these other designations.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Anything further?
Thank you, Doctor. No, sir.
You may, anything from you, Mr. Lloyd?
No, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Everybody stay safe.
Yes, sir.
With that, Your Honor, the state rests.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the state's case. We'll give you a break now. If you go to the jury room, please do not discuss the case. there any matters of law?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, I apologize. I jumped out of turn. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I move to direct verdict on all charges. First, as far as conspiracy goes, there's simply no evidence of a conspiracy between the parties. That is, that they came together to accomplish an unlawful means. As a matter of fact, the evidence would indicate the contrary.
The evidence would indicate what?
That they did not come together to create a conspiracy, that is, to accomplish a criminal act or to accomplish something by criminal means. There's no evidence that they conspired, and so there's just no evidence of a conspiracy, and I ask the court to direct the verdict on this ground. As far as a murder goes, I think there's no evidence of a direct act on the part of the defendant, which would indicate malice or which would support a finding of malice. At most, according to the videotape that we watched, he placed a child in the car, placed the child in the care of his mother, he walked away. He's a legal stranger. He has no legal obligation before that to perform.
He's a legal stranger, is that what you said?
To the child, yes, sir.
He's a legal stranger.
Yes, sir.
What is a legal stranger?
A legal stranger is a person who has no custodial rights to the child, no rights to visitation to the child, no rights whatsoever, as well as no obligations. He pays no child support. He's obligated to provide no care, no custody, etc. If there are problems within the family, DSS doesn't investigate him. Legally, he's a person who has never met or engaged.
Is that a term of art or one that you've created? Legal stranger.
Your Honor, it's a term of art, as I recall from my family court days, which we used in family court, which would be a legal term, and I think applicable here, and I think applicable to him also.
All right.
So I believe at the time, the evidence would show that at the time that he placed his child in the car, he did it without malice. The video clearly shows he did it gently, appropriately, put her in the car, walked away, and left her in the arms of her mother, or figuratively in the arms of her mother. That there was nothing about his actions to where the jury could infer or find proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he was acting with the malice. Subsequent to that, he had no duty to do anything else whatsoever. I don't think he can show malice by the failure to perform an optional duty at most. There's no legal imposition on him to act further. Once the child is out of his home, out of his care, out of his physical custody, if you will, and he has walked away. She is in the arms of her mother. Same argument would apply to the great bodily injury to a child, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Ms. Phillips.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Be heard pretty good here. So, Your Honor, specifically, we would move for a directed verdict on all charges. I would renew all pretrial motions, specifically highlighting the 404B, 403 arguments related to Brittany Honeycutt and Lindsay Lewis. I followed up with a motion for the mistrial. I believed it rose to the level of manifest necessity to where Ms. Pangalangan has not received a fair trial, and we were asking at that point for a mistrial. So at this point, we would not only move for a directed verdict, renew all pretrial motions and arguments and objections we've made throughout the state's case. Specifically, as far as the directed verdict motion, or as far as the conspiracy part, the law is that the state's case has to rise to a level of substantial circumstantial evidence to cross that burden to go to the jury. As to what's been presented to conspiracy, the state has not presented substantial circumstantial evidence of a conspiracy to survive that burden. It hasn't crossed that threshold. And for that matter, for conspiracy, we would specifically make that argument on that specific indictment as well.
Sir, thank you. Says the state.
Very briefly, Your Honor, I think the video itself establishes the elements of every crime. You've clearly got two people involved in putting the child in the car. With the temperatures, that the testimony has been clear, that in itself is a reckless act. You move past that to 5 hours and 42 minutes where they leave that child in the car. You see on the video both of them going in or near the car, or around the car throughout that 5 hours and 42 minutes. The infliction of injury to the child is more than obvious from not only the pathology testimony, but also what you actually see in the crime scene photos. From the standpoint of the murder, again, this is on an implied malice under the Mouzon case from the standpoint of whether you even use the language that the defense has offered as extreme recklessness. I think you see that as you're watching the video. You see two people that literally do not break a window to get the child out of the car. They put a child in the car at this type of temperature and leave them there. You talk about temperatures that have exceeded what most people can even imagine. Throughout the entire time, these two people absolutely showing no care or concern for that child as the child literally cooks to death. And it's also clear they did it together, and you actually watch that on the video as well. So I think even from just the very basic standpoint of the video itself, I think it establishes every element of every one of those crimes.
Any response?
Yes, Your Honor. Our position is that you don't have a negligent conspiracy. The state's theory is that it was a reckless disregard for human life, and with that, conspiracy is an intentional act. Their argument is an unintentional act of recklessness standard. Obviously, my argument is under the true statement of law, it's extreme reckless disregard for human life, given the Watson case. But they're having two competing theories of recklessness, essentially negligence, and then conspiracy and intentional act. Those don't marry together. That's the basis for our argument.
At this stage of the proceedings, under Rule 19 of the South Carolina Rules of Criminal Procedure, on a motion of the defendant or on its own motion, the court shall direct a verdict in the defendant's favor on any offense charged in the indictment after the evidence on either side is closed if there is a failure of competent evidence tending to prove the charge in the indictment. In ruling on the motion, the trial judge shall consider only the existence or non-existence of the evidence and not its weight. In this case, there's testimony, if believed by the jury, that establishes that the death of Christina was caused by the willful conduct, wanton, and extreme reckless conduct not extreme, a conduct that totally shows a willful or an absolute disregard for human life, and if believed by the jury, that conduct that caused the death was the combined conduct of both defendants. There's evidence of voluntary intoxication, which does not constitute a defense. As relates to conspiracy, there's a statutory definition where two or more people combine together for accomplishing a criminal and unlawful act or acts by unlawful or lawful means. That is a criminal conspiracy and does not have to be as a result of any expressed agreement, and it can be established through circumstantial evidence. The evidence shows that the parties were, if believed by the jury, would show that both defendants were working in concert with each other to the extent that conspiracy is a proper charge. As to great bodily injury on a child, whether or not death of the child was the proximate cause of the conduct of the parties, certainly the pathologist's testimony establishes great bodily injury based on the autopsy, all of which is sufficient for the jury to consider each and every charge in the indictment. Therefore, the motion for directed verdict as to each party is denied.
In Your Honor, the rulings on the renewed objections motion to this trial.
Yeah, all courts' rulings during the course of the trial are the same. And further bolstered by the evidence presented during the state's case. So we'll take a few minutes. You ready to go with your defense?
Candidly, Your Honor, we were told, and I know the state will agree, that they thought they would take up the whole morning. I told you we get here about 11. We've already taken them on the way. The state didn't anticipate going that fast.
Candidly, the court inquired whether you'll be ready to go when the state is over. It's finished.
Once we do the inquiry as far as, I think, the colloquy with the defendants about whether they are going to testify, we will have witnesses ready.
Says Mr. Loy.
Your Honor, my experience was the same, and the answer was the same, but I did tell my client ahead of time that we would have the opportunity to have a meaningful conversation before he made a final determination as to whether or not he chose to testify. I would ask the court, and if he does, his testimony on direct would be relatively brief. I don't think more than 35, 40 minutes. I'm
not trying to rush anyone, except the state indicated it had a few more witnesses. It's not for the defense to project how long a witness's testimony will be, how long direct or cross-examination will be.
Your Honor, I asked for 30 minutes so that I can confer with my client and determine his decision as to whether or
You're
not.
entitled to confer with your client, and I'm required to engage a colloquy with each defendant as to whether they want to testify, not testify, and to confer with counsel on that issue. My point simply is, when the court gives instructions, don't rely on what the other side says, because you can't predict the time. I thought you all would take up all morning with some other witnesses too, but we're here and ready to go, and we're going to be leaving at noon. So
I would request 30 minutes for my client to make a final determination in this most grave decision in his life.
well, it might take him 30, it may take him less.
It may well take him less, but it would not take him more.
If I may, Your Honor, we got a text from my investigator. He had told the witnesses to be here this morning. My paralegal's going to step outside and make the phone calls. I just didn't want to speak out of turn. We're going to start making sure everybody's ready. So, and
We're
of course
going
we
to
have
do one at a time for sure.
and we of course have the colloquy that needs to happen with the defendants. Thank you.
All right. If get the parties to stand. Let's see. And be sworn. And we'll take a few minutes before engaging in this colloquy with the parties, so we'll take a few minutes at this time.
So I know that the state has rested and we're going into the defense case. And I think that we'll start with our defense part tomorrow. I only say that because our jury is still not seated for our one trial that we were going into tomorrow. So I think it's probably best for us to kind of just save this and the rest of the trial for tomorrow. We'll finish it up. I think it's like maybe, I can tell y'all. Like it looked like we got about 2.5 more hours here, and then I don't know. I think we kind of go into like closing statements and everything. So I don't think we got much to cover. I only say that because if not, I don't know when the jury gonna be seated. So I think that we'll start this in the morning. That way we're not starting so late. We'll start this in the morning. And then hopefully by the time we get done, maybe the jury may be seated so we can have opening statements for our Georgia trial. I'm hoping it doesn't go into our other trial that we got going on with our sword. Did y'all see that trial that we're gonna be covering? Let me show y'all. Let me see. Let me pull it up for y'all. So y'all can see it. In case y'all haven't seen it. So I'll show y'all which trials we about to be covering. Yeah, but they having all types of issues. Let me see, what would be a good clip? Yeah, because the next couple of days, especially when Wednesday comes around, we'll be in 2 trials. So wait a minute.
We are learning more about the relationship between a missing.
Man, I'm pulling it up for y'all. Okay, so this is the first trial that I'm waiting on for the jury to be seated, that we have not got the jury seated yet.
23-year-old mother and the man who is now charged with murder in connection to her disappearance.
25-year-old Ryan Cooper is facing murder charges following the Cambria tumor's reported disappearance. She's been missing since August 2022. That's according to the Albany Police Department. WLB News 10's Anthony Bordenero was able to ask Tumor's mother about how she's dealing with the loss of her daughter.
There is heartbreak for a South Georgia family today. Just 3 weeks ago, LaCambria Tumor's mother, Melissa Caldwell, tearfully pleaded to the Albany community to help find answers for her missing daughter.
It hurts. It's like a nightmare.
Albany police is under this investigation. Cooper was arrested in Dawson on Wednesday and charged with murder in relation to Tumor's disappearance. But I asked the Albany police where and when they found Tumor's body. They did not give me a response to that question and say this is an active investigation. As of Thursday, Caldwell says she still doesn't know where her daughter is. She tells me off camera there is some relief with the news, but it still hurts that she's gone. Caldwell tells me Tumor and Cooper had a child together last year. She claims there were multiple domestic incidents between them in the months leading up to Tumor's reported disappearance. In cases like this, Liberty House is there to help.
There's not really a best time for when to get help. If you're in danger, you need to get out of a situation, most definitely, because that could result in the death of an individual.
Liberty House provides protection and shelter in cases of potential domestic abuse. Rogers says to know the signs because they don't have to be physical in order to consider it domestic abuse.
The abuse is verbally, emotionally, psychologically, or even financially. 100% of your purchases are controlled by that individual. That individual is
So that's just to give y'all idea. That's the current one that I'm waiting for the jury to be seated on. We thought it was gonna happen today, but of course we in Georgia. You know, things just cannot go right in Georgia unless it's some extra stuff, right? So of course they got the extra stuff going on. Now our other trial that's gonna be starting is gonna be Wednesday. Let me get that up.
There's blood on the door. Kick the door. I got you. Police department, let me see your hands.
So this is the other one that we're gonna be covering, and it starts Wednesday. Maybe we should look at the body cam and body cam. It looked like they got body cam and some interrogation video, but maybe we should look at that. But yeah, this is it. This is the other one that we're gonna cover. I was just hoping that we wasn't gonna have to do opening statements on the same day. But if that one in Georgia, because this jury is already seated, so opening statements begin Wednesday. So wait a minute, listen.
Police are on high alert as they look for a woman believed to have been killed by her ex-girlfriend with a sword.
Someone just got stabbed inside that garage. There's a big ass sword right here.
I have the details about the tragic and gruesome murder of Grace Jennings and what lies ahead for the two people charged in her murder.
Who's Isaac's girlfriend?
She is.
You're Isaac's girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay.
And who was this?
Kiara McCully.
She told you that?
Very calmly and everything, blood on her hands and.
Okay.
That's him and his girl. I don't know. They have some kind of love triangle going on, is what I'm understanding. Oh, look at this. All these text messages. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. When I see those, that means something. So some kind of little love triangle, but this girl, the young lady who actually did the killing, she has turned on him. So this young lady right here, I can't remember her name, but she basically, I guess you want to say, snitched. Okay? So she snitched on him, so I guess she gonna testify against him, and I guess she's saying that, you know, he influenced her, he encouraged her, and all of these things in order for her to do this to this young lady with this sword. So my plan is that I see, since they have some body cam footage, I'll try to see if I can find it where we can kind of like look at it or so before the actual hearing on Wednesday. So just depending on how our day goes tomorrow. So those are our next 2 upcoming cases. I'll go ahead and get our thing out for this one for Wednesday, because I know that's going to start Wednesday, and it's in New Mexico, and I think New Mexico is I think they are, that is 6:25 there, so they are an hour ahead of me. And I guess it depends on what time, where they at in New, I think. Okay, so they're an hour ahead. So I say it's like 6:25 there. So I'm assuming court will probably start about 9:30. So we're gonna be in there too. So that's what we got coming up. And let's see here. Yeah, so maybe we can see what she said in here, because she had to do some type of deal or something in order to make this go. So that's what we're gonna be doing these next couple of days. And yeah, we'll do the rest of this one tomorrow. And we'll get this one knocked out, and then we'll go into our other new cases. Hopefully we can get opening statements for Georgia tomorrow. I'm hoping, because I just really want to focus on opening statements for this one on Wednesday versus having to do for both of them. But be interesting to see, only because the one in Georgia is definitely a DV case where it was a lot of DV going on. So I guess that's how they're gonna kind of prove it without it, because they don't have a body. I don't know where people are hiding bodies, but they hiding them somewhere. So there's that. I don't even know how they get rid of whole bodies, but they are. Yeah, and this happened in 2022 too. Interesting. Yeah, the other case is 2022. She been missing since 2022. You do? I'm glad that you like it, Susie. I'm trying to figure out different ways and different things, like, because I can really, like, I started a new little service, so I'm just kind of like getting used to it. So, yeah, so I'm really trying to learn all the gadgets and learn all the little cute things that I could put up here at any given time. And, you know, it makes me so excited that, you know, I could do little stuff when I want to and change the chat around, and we can make it different colors and all types of stuff. We're not going over nothing. I was just telling them about the cases that we about to have upcoming. So, nothing much. That dang on Georgia, like, they can't do nothing right. But that's okay. We're going to get in Georgia. Georgia, I tell you. So that's gonna be our plan, so we can have something to do tomorrow morning, because I don't really like starting late in the day, because like I get started with my day and then my day get to going and I be like, dang, unless I'm gonna be streaming at night. But I'm not streaming at night like that. So I'm like, dang, now I'm in the middle of my day. Now we got to find something to do. Because they didn't have their jury ready. So we'll just do this tomorrow morning. I won't start us like at the wee hours of the morning, but at least we won't have to start at 12. So that is our plan, and hopefully everybody has the thing for Crime Club. If y'all can drop the link for Crime Club, I would truly appreciate it. You know, Crime Club is like Fight Club. What happens over there in Fight Club stays over there in Fight Club or Crime Club. I'm still trying to get all these songs and stuff downloaded and in here, right? So, oh, I do have the anthem. Okay, so I do have that. So I'm gonna go ahead and play that. And yeah, and like I said, I'm learning because I don't even know how to close the doggone thing down like my other thing would just say end. So it's gonna be a learning process. All right, guys. Well, thanks for hanging out. Shout out to the mods. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to all the gifted memberships that were received. Make sure that you say thank you to Christian for the gifted memberships. Thank you for all your continued support. All our new subscribers. We are moving on up to the east side. And we'll be back up in here tomorrow, guys. All right. Oh, look. I can put this up here. Look. See, I can do all types of stuff. Isn't that stuff like fun? Like, I'm probably gonna be up here just clicking on stuff. It's probably gonna be such a not professional courtroom stream because I'm probably gonna be putting up gifts and stuff all day long. Stuff that I don't have no business putting up, but I'm gonna be putting it up and just be trying to figure it out. Yeah, like, oh gosh, I can do all types of stuff. I got us a verdict watch clock. We no longer have to wait on court TV or any law and crime because, baby, take it to trial. Then found us a verdict watch clock. Bam. Oh, yeah. Oh, I was doing some things. Internet down and all. All right, guys, I will see you in the courtroom tomorrow. Have a good one.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go. Chat is showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist, you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A bandit king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mom like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat. Side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach strolls and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. most trending replay queen, holding down the algorithm like a machine. Estes razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside with take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard-lived, try support her with pride. Melly shows up for family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baca loves her gram, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvier, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. To sweet pea in the mouth and the child we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.
All right, guys, I will see you tomorrow. I'll put out the alert in just 1 second.